Hey everyone, welcome to GitKon 2024. I'm Chris, and I'll be one of your hosts.
And I'm Allison. We're so glad you're here, joining thousands of developers, engineers, and tech enthusiasts tuning in from all over the globe. Over the next 2 days, we'll be diving into all things DevEx, AI, and the future of software development.
We've got a stacked lineup of experts sharing real-world strategies to bring clarity to your workflow and help you tackle challenges faster.
Follow us on social and share the live stream with your colleagues, friends, or anyone else you think would enjoy this year's sessions. We'll also be announcing the winner of our giveaway during the event, so stay tuned for that.
To see all the sessions lined up over the next 2 days, you can check out the full schedule at gitkon.com.
All right, let's get started. Thanks for joining us as we dive into GitKon 2024.
Hi everybody, my name is Adam Seligman. I'm the Vice President of Developer Experience at AWS, and I'm excited to be here today at GitKon 2024, and I want to talk about reimagining the developer experience and how we're tackling that at AWS with our customers, our developers, and our partners, and some pretty cool new tools. So I wanted to start with sort of a setup that explains why we're here, what makes us tick at AWS, what's motivated us for 15 years of driving the cloud forward with our developer community. And it's really all about empowering developers. Developers can dream big, invent new ideas, solve problems, tackle problems, help their companies tackle existing problems, dream up new concept applications and ideas, create whole new spaces and markets and capabilities that I think we only dream of today, really to fuel innovation. And that's the heart of what we do here is we believe developers fuel innovation. We're a developer-obsessed company. You kind of can't go wrong with APIs and SDKs and killer cloud services and just putting those in the hands of developers so they can really build awesome new things. And that's what makes us tick every day. And our approach is at AWS is to be developers' partner on this journey. And really simply, it's about building the tools that developers need. We have to build them in responsible ways, and then also make sure they have the skills they need to deliver results and grow their careers. And I just want you to know, when we think about developers and our whole ecosystem at AWS, we think about their individual careers and the skills they're going to gain and maybe the certifications they're going to gain, the hard projects they tackle, the lessons learned and battle scars and war stories, but most importantly, the results they deliver. And we recognize that's a journey over a developer's entire career. And AWS wants to be the partner with every developer on their journey. Now, I thought I would take a minute to sort of wrap up some of the things that are not like all the cloud, but the things that developers really care about, the cloud innovations developers really care about. And here's my list. Now, first, we just hit 10 years of serverless compute. And serverless has been absolutely transformative for how developers work with scale to zero, elastic scale up, no infrastructure to manage, and really allow them to tackle whole new kinds of computing problems with patterns like event-driven architectures fearlessly. And also front-end and web development and full-stack apps with our Amplify product line. We had a big release this summer with Amplify Gen 2 that allows developers to work in TypeScript and work on the front end and then spin up back-end features just by adding a TypeScript file to their client side. And Amazon Amplify Gen 2 will take care of all the back-end that they need to fulfill those services and bind data and other features. I think we're all seeing the rise of Gen AI features like on our phones and with our toasters and all the places where we interact with technology. And developers want to add Gen AI features and learn how to take advantage of this. Our Bedrock offering is our serverless offering for LLMs from all the best companies like Anthropic Claude and Meta's Llama models, Cohere and others, where our developers through Bedrock can use these LLMs serverlessly with really helpful features like guardrails and RAG for retrieval augmented generation, and the ability to call lambdas for tools and other agents securely. This other place that generative AI is impacting developers at a really tactile level right now is really transforming their developer productivity. And one of the things I want to go deep on today, our product there is Amazon Q Developer. But then broadly, since it's GitKon, I also want to talk about DevOps and the new ways Amazon Q is being used, and developers are integrating and building new things with Amazon Q and transforming that whole DevOps flow, not just that inner coding loop. So with that, I thought I would start with some demos and really show you rather than talking at you, and showing you Amazon Q in action and what we mean by transforming the software development lifecycle. So let's start by creating a new Lambda function directly from the AWS console. So the first thing we do is pick a name, and then we pick the runtime. Here we're going to pick Python 3.9, and then the Lambda will be created. And once it's ready, we'll be able to edit the code directly from VS Code embedded right in the console. Now, our idea here is to create a function that returns a random type of sushi, and Q will automatically suggest a line with a bunch of sushi types. That looks good, so let's have it return one at random, and Q suggests the code that I need right there in line. So let's go ahead and deploy the code and then test it. Now I configure the test event with JSON, and I just put it empty because it doesn't need any inputs. And now I should be able to just invoke the random sushi lambda and see the response was in fact a random type of sushi. So that's a pretty super easy way to get started creating Lambda functions right in the AWS console. So now let's transition to local development of our Lambda function. So we're going to start by downloading the code and the SAM template to our machine. So we just open up this zip and then open the project locally in VS Code. Just hit the folder there. And then now I have the resources I need to go develop this and run it locally in a Docker container. So I have my YAML file for my SAM template, and I've got my Python function code. And so what's pretty cool is this local invoke lets me run this locally in a Docker container. And it's going to run the function locally, and I can see the response, including the output, which should have some random sushi in it. And there we go, Inari. So this is pretty cool. So you have everything that you need to transition from getting started in the console to working with local VS Code environment, including a working SAM template that's used for ISE deployments, which is pretty cool. Okay, let's check out some other cool features of Q. Let's try inline chat. So I want to add some new sushi types. I'll just hit Command I to fire up Q and tell it right there in line to add some new sushi types. And Q will go and process the code and come back with a diff. See, the green is got some additional sushi roll types in there. Looks good. I'll accept that. Now let's look at something more complicated. Let's say I want to add observability metrics to this Lambda. So I'll just hit Command I and tell Q to add Ollie metrics, that's observability, using CloudWatch. Let's see what it comes up with for this one. So Q will use the Boto 3 library, create a CloudWatch client, and add this CloudWatch put metric data to start emitting CloudWatch observability metrics. This is pretty cool. I'm going to remove that try. I don't need any error handling right there. And we've just now, with inline chat, added observability metrics to our Lambda. Pretty cool. Let's look at some other ways that Amazon Q can help us out as a developer. So let's say I just highlight some code. I can pop up this little Q menu, and there's a bunch of capabilities there, like explain, refactor, fix, optimize. Let's try explain. So now what Q will do will read the code and then explain to me what I'm looking at, and explain how that AWS SDK client code works, and how the cloud metrics logging are working. That's pretty cool. Let's look at something more complicated. Let's look at this template YAML file, the SAM template, and let's ask it to add a needed role so we can actually call that metric logging routine. And we'll actually look at our YAML, come up with a specific permission that's going to be needed and give us a proposed change. I can go ahead and review that, hit copy. I'll just go ahead and replace my code. And then sure enough, you can see it added permission for put metric data for CloudWatch, which is awesome, which is what we're going to need to drive that observability capability. Cool. So another cool innovation I want to show you is how to run full stack apps in AWS the easy way using Amplify. So what I have here is a GitHub repo that's got a React application in it. And I'll connect Amplify to my GitHub repo, and Amplify will do all the deployment for me. It takes about a minute, which is pretty cool. It auto-detects all the things that you need. And after it sets up the connection, it's going to detect the configuration and start deploying the application. So the source is being cloned, the production app is being built, and a publicly accessible web URL is being created. And this is all going to get done in about a minute. Now, what's particularly cool is in addition to all the infrastructure being created, you also get through Amplify a CI/CD pipeline set up, which will enable me to make changes to the code and have those changes automatically be deployed. And of course, you can then set up features like branch deployments, custom domains, databases, file storage, and a bunch of other services that your static or your full stack apps might need. So it's going to wrap up here and do a deployment, and we should be able to see the live public app with the generated URL. Let's check that out. Here goes the deployment. And ta-da! There's our production branch, and there's a link to the live app. Very cool. So one of the reasons we're tackling these problems is we hear from developers, we see this in studies, is that developers, sadly, only actually spend about an hour per day actually writing new code and innovating. And there's lots of other stuff they do that's in part of the SDLC and human communication with other stakeholders that's just not coding and not really adding new feature capability to their applications. So it's kind of shocking. When I talk to developers, it really relates. I think we all wish we could spend more time. So we're trying to figure out here at Amazon, how can we help people with tools like Q to get more value in more of their day actually delivering code innovation? And that's why we have the Amazon Q developer product. And our vision here is for Amazon Q to be an expert that helps developers with all the facets of their job, help them work across the entire software development lifecycle, not just with coding recommendations, but also helping you plan features, implement features, refactor existing code, perform upgrades, understand existing code. Amazon Q is a deep, deep expert in AWS, and we've trained it with 15 years of our best knowledge and insights and experience running and operating AWS at scale. It's also an expert at pretty much every other technology in the world also, including live up-to-date knowledge that we constantly are feeding into it, so it's always up to date. And we always want to build responsibly and help you build responsibly and securely. And so Amazon Q Developer has best-in-class security vulnerability scanning and remediation guidance. Now, Amazon Q, again, it's built for security and privacy in mind for the start, making it easier for an organization to really adopt generative AI without worrying about their code going to some vendor over the internet, getting the best custom recommendations on their code base, but securely for that enterprise. So even the largest and most secure organizations can take advantage of Amazon Q. Now, I want to hit this thing also about across the entire SDLC, and I think that's appropriate for GitKon to not just focus on the coding part, but really focus on the whole life cycle. And there's this cycle, you've seen variations of this: planning, creating code, testing and securing, operating, maintaining, and modernize. Code has a long life to it. So, planning it thoughtfully, best practices, optimization, explaining code that's there, writing documentation. This is all sort of part of planning. But then also the creative task of actually writing the code inline. You might be writing code through the CLI, having that expert software development expert with Q to advise you, having a conversation with it, give you advice, riff on ideas, explore options, put those options in a markdown file for you to explore in the future as an option or other scenarios to evaluate. Writing unit tests, doing security scanning, remediation, that security phase, because your code's not done just when it's written. It has to be secure, it has to have great test coverage, it has to be merge ready. And then finally, operations. And there are a lot of surprises in operations. You might have picked a set value for a scaling parameter rather than auto scale as a cost optimization, but then learned that that is a challenge you want to remediate in the future at ops time and either increase the scale or decide you're going to move to an auto scale configuration. Real runtime issues that matter, like VPC reachability, we have capabilities like that. Understanding cost, maybe optimization of code or optimization of costs. And then finally, the whole life cycle of that code, where you might have a large Java application. We have a really large Java fleet here, and we've used Q developers code transformation feature to modernize a very large Java fleet, saving us, tens of thousands of developer hours moving thousands of applications to a more modern Java runtime environment. So as we look further, it's really beyond just that inner loop tactile and developer task kind of view of the world. And we really see promise of Gen AI shaping across the whole SDLC, and not just at human-driven steps, but actually more agents that will work as part of your team, taking on tasks, either with direction for you or fully autonomously to help make the SDLC better. So this is a pretty big vision. And we're pretty clear where it starts because we're shipping those features now in Amazon Q, but we're super excited to see where it goes. And GitKraken and others are really going to push the envelope forward of what state-of-the-art means and just how more of these agents will deliver more value helping developers. So developers, I'm telling you, you see the word agent now, and it feels like a feature in the tool, but very quickly it may feel like a set of teammates that you're working with helping you do your job. So let's show you some more demos of what we mean and start to see some of this agent behavior in the advanced capabilities of Q. So we're running a fun game builder challenge, a hackathon for developers, where all you have to do is build a game in AWS, use Q to help you do it, and compete for some cool prizes. So we thought that was fun, so we sort of been trying this out for fun to learn how Q would work for builders and give you some tips and things. So I wanted to share one of the techniques I've been working with Q to help me over the entire software development lifecycle. So what I did was actually took the judging criteria and I copied and pasted that, and I put that into the /dev command in Q, the software development agent, and I told it to come up with ideas for the game and with some evaluation criteria and put that in a markdown file. So basically it's doing planning for me. It's not actually coding yet, but we're using Q to help us with the planning phases of a project. We sped it up a little bit here, but here you can see a bunch of game ideas. So we've got the neural network, shapeshifters quest, but this time threads looks fun. Let's go ask Q to help us implement that game. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask it to create user stories and a system architecture for the time threads game. So it's still more planning. We're not writing code yet, but we're telling it roughly the architecture we want with the TypeScript backend on Lambda and using SAM and TypeScript on the front end also. And now it's going to go off and describe, and now it's going to go off and create another markdown file, which is the architectural approach it's going to take. User story, like the game mechanics, the API routes, what the Dynamo tables will look like, all the deployment stuff. Really neat. This is like a good starting point. Again, working on requirements and technical architecture in sort of that planning phase of the life cycle of a software development project. So let's keep going. Now let's ask Q to take that and go start implementing the game. So create the code for the game, including the necessary build files and everything needed for local development, including the SAM template. So now Q will go off and build the entire game. The front end, the back end, the IC, Q will go work on all those pieces aligned with the requirements. This is pretty cool. There's my infrastructure as code, my SAM configuration, my front-end code, my back-end code. This is a really great starting point for me to accelerate my project. And one other thing that's cool, yeah, it looks like it's got what I need. And one other thing that's cool is our AWS Toolkit has application builder functionality. So actually down here, I can go down and run and test my Lambdas locally so I can test out and make sure my game is coming together. Super productive environment to start from ideation planning, assist with code generation and scaffolding your project, and then actually running the tests and starting to put all the pieces together to get to a killer game. So let's show you another way that QDeveloper is really helpful in day-to-day development. So one thing that's pretty common is I write some code, I go to do a git merge, and then I sort of discover that another developer has made different changes and there's a conflict. And here I can see one of us added the year range field and the other one added the color field. And this is the kind of thing that's just kind of annoying and slows you down. So Q's got a pretty cool feature where I can just highlight that code and pop up the command merge conflicts command, and it will help me sort this out. It'll go through and it'll look at the two different commits and merge them and come up with a combined merge that's both the year range and the color fields in it, which I can then just accept, and I've resolved the problem. Pretty helpful in day-to-day. Again, it's our approach of Q helping you over the whole software development lifecycle with your day-to-day work. Hopefully you thought those demos were pretty exciting and you're starting to see the flavor of just where agents are going and how capable they're going to become. And it kind of begs the question I think every developer is wrestling with right now, which is sort of like, what's next? Not just what's next to the technology, but like what's next for me as a developer? Is my job changing? Is my day-to-day changing? The tools are getting so capable. You know, what's my role? And am I learning enough fast enough? Am I now more directing or quarterbacking or choreographing these agents? The role is kind of changing. It's a little bit unsettling. So I'd like to look at another moment in time where a lot of smart people like you were pretty surprised and a little bit uncertain of what the future brought. And that's when the physics community discovered in the early days of quantum chance and quantum mechanics. And this is pretty disruptive to the physics community, a totally different model of the world and definitely drove a lot of uncertainty. And Einstein said, I, at any rate, am convinced that he does not throw dice in 1926. And it was a pretty uncertain moment. If we have this understanding of physics and it was really clear how things were going to work and run, and we had good understanding of the model, and it was deterministic. It was very certain. It was very deterministic. And we hit this world that suddenly it was stochastic and uncertain. It was chance. It was dice. And that is pretty surprising. But that uncertainty and that stochastic behavior is also what gave us amazing inventions like this one that you live with every day, that you're probably looking at a screen packed with right now, which is the transistor. 1947, so 21 years later from that quote. And transistors, despite relying on stochastic quantum effects, actually are what give us deterministic computers and light-emitting wells in the LED screens we're looking at it. So sometimes amazing deterministic behavior that we can really wrap our head around and channel and put to work, like the world has put transistors to work, comes out of this uncertainty and comes out of stochastic things, like this world of LLMs and generative AIs. And I think that's the moment we're at right now as developers, that all this uncertainty and new tools, and they work in unfamiliar ways, and we have to learn new things, really just means we're at the invention of the transistor again. And all of our jobs are now to take those incredible capabilities like LLMs and Amazon Q and other technologies and channel them and put them to work. And so I would offer this. I think it's a question where all of us as developers, we see these new disruptive technologies. Is it a moment of fear, or is it a moment where we go in fearlessly? Our vision at AWS is that we give these amazing tools, we build predictable agents, we put them in the hands of developers, we listen really thoughtfully to the feedback on developer experience and what the tactile experience of working with these tools and to ship products like we do with tens of thousands of engineers every day. We'll learn together and we'll help all be fearless and build even more innovation faster. We have an amazing community. This community is our guide. They are very honest with us. There are thousands of user groups and community members and heroes around the world with almost 1 million members. They give us amazing feedback from what those developers are seeing in the places they work and the schools they go to and the things they're experimenting with. And we feed that back into everything we do. And that's really driving us forward. So I would ask, if nothing else, I hope all of you that use AWS will join the AWS community and feel like you're part of it and really give us that feedback and deeply connect with us and your peers. And with that, I want to thank you for inviting me to speak at GitKon. I'm Adam Seligman at AWS. Super exciting to be here. Glad we could share what we're working on. And thanks very much for the invitation and great to talk to you all today.
That was a great talk from Adam.
Next up, we'll hear from Joyce Lynn about how you can improve your developer experience to be more productive.
Hello from San Francisco. I'm Joyce Lynn, Head of Developer Relations at Vium, an open source robotics platform that connects software with devices in the physical world. I've previously worked at Postman, spending a lot of my time with API developers, designers, and architects, trying to standardize how APIs let software talk to other software, and standardizing the experience working with APIs, both within organizations and for public APIs. And now I work with a platform specifically designed to let software talk to any kind of physical device, whether that's industrial machines, Internet of Things, or other edge devices. So the sheer choice in hardware means different types of technical users, like hardware engineers and software engineers across a bunch of different circumstances and contexts. And as developers, we intuitively know how standardizing an interface can improve productivity, collaboration, and even adoption. But what about standardizing your developer experience? Well, that's also a choice, and it comes with its own trade-offs. For this session, we'll be talking about different approaches to standardizing developer experience and how that impacts productivity and collaboration. And think about your own team, maybe your broader organization, but definitely your core team. Do you even think about developer experience? And if you do, how does your approach compare? When we're talking about standardizing developer experience, we're talking about documentation and onboarding resources, communication protocols and interfaces, and tooling and frameworks. The approach that your team takes impacts both your team members and your end users, and it impacts developer productivity and developer collaboration. So for developer productivity, this means establishing a standard set of tools, frameworks, and processes so that developers can spend less time researching, picking out and choosing their own resources, which saves on overall development time and reduces the variation and the mistakes that you have. And at the same time, having these standards also means that there's less flexibility or less choice, and maintaining the standards that are used by everyone else sometimes takes time and effort. Standardizing also impacts developer collaboration. Having standards makes it easier for team members to understand each other's work. You have less miscommunication and smoother handoffs. At the same time, overly rigid standards, right, mean waiting on approvals when you're trying something new. And if something does require innovation or out-of-the-box thinking, then having these checkpoints can slow you down. Another way to think about this is with 2016 Mark Zuckerberg, who famously chose to wear the same clothes day in and day out to reduce the choices available to him every morning. And for him, it saved time and reduced cognitive load and decision fatigue. And for everyone else, you could spot him in a crowd really easily. But the strategy didn't give him the flexibility to express how he was feeling that day. And if he decided to try something new, there was a big disruption. So this is an analogy. I'm not recommending for your teams to start dressing like Mark Zuckerberg. But when it comes to standardizing developer experience, a consistent experience enables teams to focus on innovation rather than integration. So this is leading cybersecurity expert Gunnar Peterson. He's saying that by preemptively removing the friction and choice of all these tools and processes that don't play well together, you can actually spend more time solving new problems. So do you agree with this? Or when you standardize too much, you're optimizing for the average and not for excellence. This is Reid Hoffman, co-founder of LinkedIn, who's saying standardizing can lead to average solutions by focusing on the lowest common denominators. So you're really not spending your time pushing your boundaries or innovating, you're optimizing for the average. So there's two strong opinions reflecting two very different approaches to developer experience. And wherever your team currently operates, there's questions that you can ask yourself to identify the trade-offs for each approach based on your team's current capabilities and resources. So there's benefits and limitations for standardizing or for customizing. But tactically, how can we use AI to help bridge this natural tension between standardizing DX for consistency and repeatability and customizing to accommodate unique use cases? All right, so we're already using code completion, not only auto-completing syntax, but also recommending standardized functions, libraries, design patterns based on your team's conventions with an immediate feedback loop. We also have code reviews, not only analyzing for bugs, but also inconsistencies and how well they follow established guidelines. Documentation generation, of course, not just updating, but generating based on your code changes and comments. And you have interactive onboarding. For onboarding, sometimes we're seeing AI assistants and interactive bots that are reacting and adjusting based on the developer's skill level and the questions that they have. This is really good for open-ended discussions. And lastly, we have data-driven insights. We're analyzing patterns in developer workflows and collaboration metrics. Which tools are being used regularly? Which tools are not being used at all? Where are the bottlenecks? How can we reduce that friction? So even in the past couple years, there's been a lot more options available because of AI, and they can help us improve and standardize the developer experience. So when do we standardize and when do we not? Let's talk about a famous analogy, pets versus cattle, which some of you might have heard of in reference to how we treat servers. So when you treat a server as a pet, this cute little kitten here, it's unique. It gets a special name and it's indispensable. And when it's not doing well, it's hand-fed and receives special care. You nurse it back to health really carefully. And with this approach, servers aren't horizontally scalable or reliable, which is why some developers choose to treat servers like cattle. So when you treat servers like cattle, each server is standardized. It gets a number, usually not a unique name, and it's designed anticipating failure. If any one server struggles, no one's nursing it back to health. It gets taken out back or gets replaced, usually automatically. I've heard that this is actually not how farmers treat cattle, but it's just an analogy here. So treating servers as cattle makes it really easy to scale out and plan for reliability. So modern cloud infrastructure lets us treat servers like cattle, but whether you choose to treat them like pets or cattle, there's going to be trade-offs. Similarly for developer experience, your approach is driven by whether you view developers as pets or cattle. Not to be controversial, but when you view developers as individuals like pets, each person on your team might have different skill sets and strengths, which means that you need special tools and workflows for your team to be fully effective. Just like with servers, having specialists on your team can be inefficient when you're trying to scale out and standardizing. And when you treat developers the same, like cattle, you try to standardize your workflows, tooling, and roles. So now you're hiring generalists that are interchangeable within your team. Now you can scale out and increase your reliability. On the other hand, innovation and maybe job satisfaction might go down. Just like with servers, both models have their own trade-offs. So when do you typically treat developers like pet, and when do you treat them like cattle? Well, it depends on maybe the maturity or stage of your organization or project. So for early stage projects, developers are doing a little bit of everything. And as the project approaches growth stage, there's pressure to standardize and scale out. And then for mature projects, you see specialization. Developers that are only responsible for very specific microservices or a specific internal tool. At each of these stages, how much autonomy, speed, and innovation do you imagine a developer has? Are they prototyping? Are they optimizing? Are they scaling? Are they cutting costs? And when do you hire your first specialist? And when do you build out an entire function? These are questions that are important to ask because it impacts your hiring strategy, how you do developer onboarding, and impacts how you can best influence change. So let's start with hiring. Are you hiring generalists or specialists? And is it important for new team members to have the skills already? Or are you hiring for transferable skills? That's a good proxy for how well they'll do, right? Do they need the direct experience or can you train them up? And for developer onboarding, how do new engineers get started on a new team? Do you have broad documentation or already guides for specific use cases? Are you using golden path templates for people to follow, issuing golden images? And how do new engineers ask questions? What kind of support can they expect in the first 30, 60, or 90 days? Is it very structured or is it standardized? Or is it sink or swim? Beyond collaboration, how does your team literally communicate? Do you rely on asynchronous or synchronous communication? Is it primarily in-person or distributed? Do you rely on email, messaging over Zoom? And how do you share that information? Is it through visual dashboards, Kanban boards, and scorecards? And very importantly, how does your team innovate? Do you have RFCs and anyone is allowed to comment? And what's the cultural expectation for innovation? Is it really fast with quick iterative loops, or is it more slow and cautious? So one way to share cultural change and influence a team is with mob programming or ensemble programming. With this approach, you have one driver who can't make decisions. The rest of the team is around to navigate. They ask questions, they make decisions. Very similar to pair programming, but sounds a lot more expensive. And it is. There's a lot of talent focused on a singular project. But it can be a very effective way at sharing information and also, and perhaps more importantly, reinforcing social norms. This is a way to make cultural changes and cultural shifts within a team. It's kind of interesting and you might want to try it out, but one of the drawbacks to this approach is that it's great at influencing change within a team, but not super effective at influencing change across teams, right? To make cultural shifts across teams, let's take a look at some organizational design principles, starting with Conway's Law. This was back in 1967. He said, organizations which design systems are constrained to produce designs which are copies of the communication structures of their organizations. In other words, the architecture of a system is a reflection of the communication patterns between the teams that builds it. Here's an example. How people communicate with geographical boundaries that are also socio-technical boundaries. Your communication structure determines your technical structure. So if your organization is notoriously siloed, what can you do about it? Well, you can mandate a return to office policy to foster water cooler collaboration, right? That's one of the reasons for return to office policies. But another way to counteract the negative siloing effects of Conway's Law is the inverse Conway maneuver. So change the communication patterns of the designers to encourage the desired software architecture. The most popular example of this in action is when you're implementing microservices. So you have small independent teams that allow you to decouple into microservices architecture, whereas a single large team results in a monolithic architecture. And this is one reason why a growing team might see a reorg, and why DevOps as a function even gains success to bridge the communication between development and operations. And if you implement this kind of domain-driven design kind of approach, you can treat teams like APIs. So the CEO and founder of Postman, Abhinavasana, says teams are like APIs. When there's failures in communication, you need to iron out the interface. So you can align expectations with contracts and service level objectives, just like with microservices, right? But it's still tough to enforce and automate. We call that governance. It's actually really, really tough. It's not enough just to set the guidelines, create the templates, tools, convince people and talk about the why, and expect new processes to stick. And the reason why is because of the iron law of oligarchy, ruled by a few, that says organizations are naturally ruled by a few very loud voices. So who are those people on your team, right? That really hold a lot of influence, but primarily because they're the ones that speak up and the ones that are listened to. Teams are not democratically run. It's typically not a consensus. This means that it's hard to make lasting change because without external forces holding a new change in place, the system tends to revert back to what it was before. And this is why governance is more than creating the tools, setting up the automation, and explaining the why. Changes don't stick without also the social norms pressuring the change to persist, right? And that's why I brought up mob programming or ensemble programming earlier. It's a really good way to influence culture shifts within a team and weave the social pressure and the social norms into the fabric of the team operations. All right, so we talked about the trade-offs and pitfalls for standardizing or customizing developer experience, how AI can help bridge that natural tension, how viewing developers as pets or cattle informs your strategy, and how to influence change within your team and also across your entire organization. If you made it this far, thank you, and let us know how your team thinks about developer experience and your favorite collaboration tools. Bye.
Really awesome talk. I'm definitely going to be trying some of that out on my own side projects.
Yeah, same here. Next up, we have Shashi taking a closer look at powerful workflows with GitKraken's DevEx platform and GitHub Copilot.
Hey, what's up? I'm Shashi Low, a senior UX engineer at Microsoft. I'm here today to talk to you about a DevEx framework to boost team productivity. I've been part of several teams, some that were efficient, some that weren't, and the most well-oiled teams were the ones that were productive. They worked well together, they had efficiencies, they had a good process. But most importantly, a lot of the individuals that I worked with, they had some tools and tricks to allow them to be faster at their job. It gave them the tools to debug quickly. It gave them the solutions to find regressions. And it also allowed us to have conversations about how we can help one another be better and be more productive from the day-to-day standpoint. The first tool that I wanted to go over was GitKraken Desktop. This is a project that I'm on. It's an open source project. And as you can see here, it's a nice overview of the project. You can see all the feature branches here. On the side here, there's a lot of just milestone branches, feature branches opened up. These are all on my local. But you can see the stream of work that's coming in or that is in the works right now. And I can see here, like this individual, Cody, switch the sign out button, right? Like I can click on this and I can see the commit history. I can see the changes right on the screen. That's a great way to kind of see what's happening and what's coming up. Another thing is also is you see these streams, right? These colored streams. You can see here, my current stream is this dotted line. And as you can see, I am way behind on my branch. There's so many things happening. But the cool thing is, like if I look at this blue stream, right, we can see that this is the develop branch. So this is all the things that are happening being merged into the develop branch. And then these are being branched off of the develop branch. So per se, a bunch of these branches are being created from develop branch. And as we go up, like we can see a history of all the things that are happening. From a traditional standpoint, if you're using the command line, you can see all this in the terminal and the command line. But visually, like I can click on these and look at the changes that are going in right from this GUI interface. It's a nice way to jump around and to be more efficient. For me, I can't memorize all these Git commands. It is really difficult because I have to code on the day-to-day standpoint, right? The business logics, the functions I create, the data manipulation, like all these things. There's so much to learn. If I have to memorize Git commands too, that's just so many. That's just another thing that I have to worry about. Another cool feature about GitKraken or using a GUI interface for your Git repository is like you can see the changes that are in your local, right? So these 4 files are in my local right now that have been modified. I'm in the data update feature branch here. Let's say I wanted to jump to this one, right? By clue here, implement menu drop down. I wanted to switch that branch, build it locally, and kind of see what's going on there so I can conduct a thorough code review. Well, I can't switch over because I have these files here that I need to stash. Well, from a click of a button, I can stash my changes. It gets saved into a stash drawer here. I can double click on this feature branch. It just switched over. Now I'm in that branch. I can go build my project, look at and see what's happening and look at all the changes that are in there. As you can see, there's a ton of changes in here. And then I can then say, you know what? I'm ready to go back to my feature branch. I could double click on data update. And the cool thing here is if you look at this stash, it keeps a history of all your stashes, right? And I don't know about you, but I stash very often. And if I click on the latest one, like all my 4 files are there. But as you see, if I scroll down to any later changes, like all these changes that I've stashed are in history. I can see them there. I can right click on this guy here and apply this stash file if I want to. But obviously I don't want to. I want the latest one. So what I can do here is I can say apply stash, and it's going to apply it directly into that feature branch that I was in, which is data update. So now these 4 files are back into my local changes, and I'm back working again. I totally value using a Git GUI. It makes your day-to-day so much more efficient because you do not have to worry about memorizing commands and all that. Like, think about this: if there was a if there was a merge conflict, or you had to go look at a history for some certain files, it is very difficult because then you have to use command line, and how do you rebase? How do you reset your head to which version? There's so many things that you have to memorize. The next tool that I wanted to go over is another GitKraken product, and it's GitLens. So let's go right into this. So right now, this is the same project, right? It's the Grid and Survivor project. This is the API functions. And let's say, we wanted this league parameter to be the entry ID instead of the league ID. I want to know when the last time this was updated and who did it, right? So with GitLens installed into my VS Code, I could click on this line, and lo and behold, look at that. I can see the history, and you were the one who changed it. Well, who was you? Oh, that's me. That's me. Okay. I'm the one to blame. But it's as easy as that, right? I can see in line who made the changes and who didn't. But what if I wanted to see the historical value of the entire file? Well, you can do that as well. I'll go to File History, and with GitLens, it tracks the history of the files, the commands, the lines, and everything, right? It's just using the Git history. And so you can see here, from my current change, Chris Nowicki made a ton of changes, and I can click on any of these and look at the diff for those changes, right? Things that were changed on the left, and then the current changes on the right. And I can look at that and look at, like, there's a scroll bar here too. You can see like it's highlighted in red and green. So I can easily go through any file and kind of see all the historical changes that occurred in this file. I can also bring those up if I want to. I can right click, apply the changes that are from way back then into the current branch as well. And then if I don't want to see, I can just close it. As easy as that. I think GitLens is fantastic for that, to be able to view the historical value for code changes, files, look at blame. And I've had many times where there was a regression that occurred and we had to pinpoint where it was at. Once we pinpointed the line, the file, the function, we were able to see when it was changed, who changed it, and how to mitigate it. GitLens alone was a lifesaver. It allowed me to find the solution faster, to revert things that were an issue, or even to provide a fix so that we can get our site that was down back up and running. The next tool that I wanted to show off was Ditto. Well, what is Ditto? Right. So this is Ditto. Ditto is a clipboard manager. What it does is it saves all the things you copy on a clipboard, right? Within an operating system, when you save something, it goes to the clipboard. But unless if you have a clipboard manager, it's not going to save the historical value of all the things that you've copied. So as you can see here, I have 3 links here. But let's say I wanted to change these parameter names. Okay, so I have these saved right here. And these are simple names, but I just wanted to give them a better names. So I'm going to do name ID, user ID, league ID, and selected ID. So the last thing I pasted was selected ID, right? Selected team IDs. And then next thing, if I wanted league ID, I would have to go back and copy that and paste it again. But with Ditto, I don't. I could just press down on my keyboard to the item that I want to paste, and it's there. It's on my clipboard history. As you can see, all these items are now pasted. Pretty cool, huh? Let's take this to the next level. Let's do multiple paste items. So as you can see here, the documentation names are incorrect now, right? So I'm going to go here and I'm going to paste and I'm going to select the last 4 items. They do have to be in order. Once I paste that, bam, Ditto can do that as well. It's a combination of VS Code and Ditto, but it can definitely do that. I mean, we can do it here too. And boom, these are now all updated. One of the best features about Ditto or any clipboard manager is as you're copying and pasting items, right? It just so happened that I have this list down here on the same page, so it was on the same file. But if they're in a different file or somewhere else, it's a lot easier to have it saved on your clipboard. That way you can just, scroll through your clipboard saved items, press enter, and then it's there, right? And the last thing I want to talk about, well, of course, it's something with Microsoft, right? Is Copilot. So here's an example of how to use AI to benefit you as an engineer. I'm going to ask Copilot to create me a JSON object of all the NFL winners from week 8 and giving me some data that will help me display what I want for my users, right? So now I'm prompting it and look at that. It's creating me a JSON object of all the teams. Well, actually, I didn't get all the teams, so let's prompt it again. I want all the winners. So it's creating me a JSON object of the location, score, and current record of that team, right? So these are all the winners from week 8. So if I were to manually do this, I would either have to go to an API or manually find the scores and the records to figure out how to create this, right? It's not going to take me seconds to do that. It's going to take me a couple minutes or even longer just to get all that data. But here's the cool thing, right? I want to use camel case key names. Please update. And look at that. It created me camel case key names, and now it's exactly what I want, right? But let's do this. I want to know who the head coach is. Add the head coach for each team as well. Can it do it? Yes, it can. Look at that. Head coaches for each of the teams that won. Filled it all in. I didn't have to do much to get that data. And let's take this to the next step, right? I'm using TypeScript, and now you need an interface for this data. Create me a TypeScript interface for this data. Wow, look at that. It just created an interface for me. It may not be the structure I wanted, but it was able to do it. It created a team interface and then week 8 winners interface with all the teams there. And they're off and running, right? Within seconds, you can create data objects that are digestible according to what you want. You can continue to prompt it to your liking. But as you can see, it took seconds to create what you want, this JSON object that I can now utilize, save it somewhere, and then display this data to my users. It's an efficient way to do manual work, right? There's a lot of things that we can do with code and all this stuff, but there's certain things that we have to manually do as engineers. And using AI to help us do that, it's going to make us more productive. In closing, let's look at the tools that I went over. First, we looked at GitKraken's desktop. It's a Git GUI application that allows you to see the history of your repo. You can see local branches, remote branches. You can see the stream of the history of a branch or multiple branches per se. You can click on files and see all the changes that are happening within it. And then the next item, we looked at GitKraken's GitLens. Within VS Code, we were able to see that on that particular line that we wanted to change, or we wanted to see who made that change, you can see that right inside the editor. But if we wanted to see the whole file's history, you could do that as well within VS Code. So without going to command line, both of these tools were fantastic because you have visual representations of historical value within the repo or your feature branch itself that gave you the power to do that without going to the command line. Next, we looked at Ditto, a clipboard manager. It allows you to save multiple things, put it in a clipboard manager, and then go back and retrieve them. It's such a fast way and efficient way because if you don't have a clipboard manager, you would have to copy and paste over and over again, multiple items as you're trying to be more efficient. But if you have a clipboard manager, you can copy many things, go to the next screen, paste, drop down in your clipboard manager, find an item that you already copied before, and paste it right away. You don't have to jump between screens. You can do it right there within Ditto's application. And the last thing that we went over was Microsoft's Copilot, the AI tool that is. And the last thing we went over was Microsoft Copilot, the AI tool that can answer a lot of your questions. It's just like ChatGPT. You can ask it questions, you can build images with it. But the best thing is, as an engineer, it can do a lot of the manual work for you. We showed an example of how it constructed a JSON object for us. Instead of us doing it manually, it would have taken us a lot more time to do it. Copilot did it in seconds. And as we added more data to it, it already knew what we wanted. By utilizing these tools, it's going to make you a more efficient and effective engineer. One of the best things to do as an engineer is be an efficient individual, right? Like the tools I just showed you. A lot of these things will help you figure things out much faster. We have so many things to worry about, right? Communication, business logic, making our code faster, finding errors, talking to leadership. Like there's so many things to learn as an engineer. If we can utilize tools like what I just showed everybody, it's going to allow the team to be more productive. We get to share ideas. We get to share the tools and tricks that we're using. Our team then can get more things done in an efficient manner and more accurately as well. I don't know about you, but I love GitKraken because it allows me to not have to think about memorizing Git commands and all of that. I can just get it done. I can just use the GUI, get all my tasks done, and be more efficient. Thank you for watching this session. I hope that the tools that I was able to show you are going to make you a more efficient developer. See you later.
Thanks, Shashi, for those insightful demos.
Next up, we'll hear from Jay about the impact of code health on DevEx and what we can do to improve it.
Hey everyone, I'm Jay, co-founder of DeepSource. I spent years as an engineer and open source contributor before starting Deep Source, seeing firsthand how code quality and security issues can impact developer experience and, most importantly, product and business outcomes. Today, in this session, I want to talk to you about why code health is really crucial for developer experience and how seemingly silent bugs can lead to pretty bad failures. Let me kick things off with a story that sent shockwave through Wall Street back in 2012. There was this firm called Knight Capital, a well-respected trading firm which was handling around 10% of stock trades in the US at that time, experienced what every engineering team dreads, pretty bad production failure. So here's what went down. They had a program called PowerPeg, designed strictly for testing, but the code of PowerPeg was accidentally executed in production. This wasn't just a simple mix-up. The testing code was actually included in the production executable as unused code. When a feature flag in their system was flipped, it triggered this dormant or unused code. The result was pretty bad, around $465 million lost in just 45 minutes through bad traits which weren't supposed to be executed. Now, here's the thing. This could have been arguably prevented using static analysis. So static analysis tools detect these unused code sections, which would have highlighted PowerPeg's presence in production. These tools can also enforce specific checks right during code review in your pull request workflow, ensuring these unused code never make it to production. This disaster underscores why we need code analysis integrated into your development pipeline. Another famous example is Apple's go-to-fail bug. In 2014, Apple had faced a critical TLS vulnerability that affected every iOS and OS X user. The culprit was a duplicated line of code that looked innocent but ended up bypassing critical security checks. The code looks something like this, as you can see. A single duplicated go-to-fail statement. No brackets around the conditional block, the if block. The code lacked proper brackets around a conditional block, which is a common practice to prevent such errors. The tiny oversight caused the program to skip over all the other checks below that, effectively disabling security connections. This bug highlights the automated code analysis isn't just about catching complex issues, but it's about catching these simple issues which you might miss during code review. So what is code health? What exactly is code health? Think of code health as overall well-being of your code base. It's a measure of how maintainable, efficient, and secure your code is over time. Just like we go for regular health checks annually to catch issues early, our code base needs regular, or rather continuous, assessments to stay healthy. Good code health means clear structure. The code is organized in a way that the new team members, or even you, 6 months down the line, can easily understand what's going on. Efficient organization, functions and modules are logically grouped, making updates and feature additions smoother and less error-prone. Adherence to best practices. The code follows industry standards and guidelines, which helps prevent these most common bugs and security vulnerabilities. And lastly, a healthy code base can adapt to new requirements without the need to keep rewriting over and over again, as and when any new major change needs to be implemented. Investing in code health is investing in the future scalability of your projects. Now, let's talk about hidden costs of neglecting code health. Cost that might not show up on a balance sheet, but significantly impacts your team's productivity and morale. According to a survey conducted by Stripe, and this was 6 years back in 2018, developers spend close to 42% of their time on maintenance tasks. Think about that. Nearly half of developers' valuable time is spent not on building new features or improving the product, but debugging, refactoring, and managing technical debt. This isn't just inefficient, it's a massive opportunity cost. And the economic impact of this in the US alone was $85 billion annually in lost productivity. And this was back in 2018. Now, definitely, it should be much, much more. And on a global scale, we're looking at staggering $300 billion in lost potential economical output on an annual basis. That money could have been invested in improving the product and customer experiences. But the costs go even deeper. The technical debt accumulates, like financial debt. Technical debt compounds over time. The longer you delay in addressing it, the more interest you'd pay in terms of increased complexity. Your projects get delayed when the code base is unhealthy. Simple changes can become monumental tasks. This leads to missed deadlines, which can erode trust amongst your team, as well as your stakeholders and leadership. Bad code also leads to higher onboarding costs. Every time you onboard or hire and onboard a new developer, they require more and more time to understand this convoluted code base. This also slows down team scaling, and your project milestones and your product shipment release dates, all of that can get delayed. It's just a cascading set of failures. Eventually, this also leads to employee turnover. Developers might become frustrated working with poor quality code, leading to decreased job satisfaction. They don't feel satisfied at the end of the day. And higher turnover rates not only affects team morale, but also incur additional hiring and training costs. Let me give you a quick overview with a simple example on how static analysis actually works. Let's demystify this magic. So understanding this can help you appreciate the value and perhaps even explain it to your team or your leadership. Let's take a very simple example and walk you through the steps. So you take a small snippet of source code. This includes, for in this example, it's a small snippet of source code, but in the real world, it includes every single file of code, every dependency, the configuration, all of that. We take that source code and the first step is to do lexical analysis. So the code is broken into tokens, the basic building blocks, like in terms of programming, like keywords, operators, identifiers, and so on. Think of it like think of tokens as words in a sentence, each carrying a meaning. And once lexical analysis is done, the next step is to generate a syntax tree. These tokens are then organized into a syntax tree. It's also called abstract syntax tree because it leaves out comments and white spaces and so on. So this tree represents the grammatical structure of the code, showing how showing how these tokens relate to each other hierarchically. It's like creating a detailed map or a blueprint of your code base. Once it creates a tree, the next is to do a semantic analysis. The tool examines the meaning behind the code. It checks whether the operations like make logical sense. For example, whether you're trying to add a number to a word, which doesn't make sense. This steps also identifies things like type mismatches, undefined variables, all kinds of logical errors which could potentially cause issues down the line in runtime. Once all of this is done, the next step is to do data flow analysis. This is where the tool tracks how the data moves through your program. It can identify potential security vulnerabilities, like the most common one being SQL injection or insecure data handling. You're arbitrarily taking some user input and executing it without running any checks. It can also catch resource leaks, such as open file handlers that aren't properly closed, and initialization where variables might be used before even they are set. All kinds of issues. And this is not just specific to a single language. It can happen across all sorts of languages. By automating these comprehensive analysis of your code, we can catch a wide array of issues earlier in the development cycle, saving time and your team's bandwidth down the line. Now, let's address a common oversight in software development among teams. The underestimation of risks associated with third-party code. Based on a pretty large sample set survey recently, the average project today includes around 200 dependencies. I would say it's on the conservative side, which leads to approximately 80% of your code base is just third-party code, libraries, frameworks, modules, and you name it. These dependencies often go 7 levels deep, pulling in code from sources you might not even be aware of. Here's a crucial point. Vulnerability in third-party code is just as much as a threat as the one in your own code. Security risks don't discriminate based on origin of the code. Consider this. If a popular library your application relies on introduces a vulnerability, your application becomes vulnerable the moment you update it, or if the code is already part of your project. Attackers often exploit these vulnerabilities because they offer a very large attack surface. Everyone who has installed these dependencies would eventually be targeted with just attacking one vulnerability. Therefore, analyzing each of your vulnerability, your entire dependency tree isn't just good practice, it's essential for you to do so. And software composition analysis tools can scan these dependencies for known vulnerabilities, and they can alert you on outdated libraries that needs updating. Some tools also suggest, like Deep Source, can also suggest remediations or patches on how you can potentially fix that as well. By being proactive about these third-party code analysis, you're safeguarding your application, your extension, your product, and your users. One of the significant challenge in third-party code in software composition analysis of your dependencies, as you might be aware of, is noise or false positives. When a tool flags something that as a problem, when it is not really a problem. This can lead to several issues. The most common one being alert fatigue, where developers become overwhelmed by these number of warnings and may start ignoring them altogether, or even abandon the tool because just too much noise. And there's a lot of wasted time sifting through false positives, take away time from productive work. So how do we address this? One way, one of the most common ways is reachability analysis, where usually when you scan for these vulnerabilities in all those libraries and dependencies in your code, you end up with a massive list of issues. Look at all the hundreds of open depend.bot PRs in your repositories that are just never merged. They've been just there forever. But here's the thing, as you know, most of these issues aren't even relevant. A lot of these flagged vulnerabilities are just there because they exist in the library, but your code might not even be able to trigger those paths, these code paths. That's where reachability analysis comes in. Instead of telling you, hey, this dependency has a vulnerability, it goes deeper. It checks whether there's a actual way for that vulnerability to be exploited in the context of the specific code. It's like, okay, can we actually get to this vulnerable part of the code from my library, from my code? So if the answer is no, then it's probably not something you need to worry about immediately. So the whole approach is a game changer because it cuts down all that noise, like, by a lot. And instead of spending time on vulnerabilities that don't actually impact your software, you can focus on the one that do. By preventing these issues and by improving the precision, this whole process of fixing vulnerabilities in your third-party code becomes a more effective and trusted part of developer process. You don't need to offload this to a security team to take care of it. As part of development, you can take care of it. Now, what if my team is adopting code gen tools like GitHub Copilot or Claude? Do I still need to have these additional checks in place in order to make sure the code being generated is healthy? Of course, AI models might generate code that looks correct, but it contains subtle bugs or vulnerabilities. Here's an example of Go code, which was generated by GitHub Copilot's autocomplete. If you're familiar with Go, you can see that it does not handle errors in this connection close method, which could potentially cause issues down the line. So how can static analysis help? Whether it is human written or AI generated, having a centralized gatekeeper as part of your development pipeline can catch these issues before they are even merged. At DeepSource, we're working on these challenges to ensure that as code generation evolves, our tool evolves with it to maintain high code health standards. To wrap things up, remember that code health just isn't about preventing disasters like Night Capital fiasco or the go-to-fail bug. It's about creating an environment where developers can focus on building products and good software that are high standard rather than firefighting, where they can do their best work without bogged down with preventable issues. If you're an engineering leader or a developer, check out deepsource.com. See firsthand how we can help improve code health and keep your products and code secure, by extension, your team's productivity. Thank you.
One thing that comes to my mind is obviously AI has grown a lot in terms of helping developers actually write code, but I think something that's more exciting in the coming year is potentially seeing more in the realm of AI-driven notifications and AI-driven automation. So kind of those small tasks you do very often, don't think much about, but it takes a lot of time and creates a lot of context switching. So I think AI has a lot of promise there to get those right notifications, but also get a lot of those basic tasks done for you.
A more seamless way of developers on teams interacting with each other within their coding environments or within their workspaces outside of, just like messaging each other.
Totally.
The asynchronous version of kind of communication where someone's doing something, you don't need to talk to them really.
Yeah.
IDEs and tools have been working together better and better. Git itself is working better with tools like GitKraken Desktop and VS Code and other tools like that. It was originally written for, you're a human being and you're going to type your Git command and you're going to read it as a human.
Right.
And now there's more flags and stuff being built in, which makes it more machine readable. They're also working really hard in that project to make it more like a library. I'm excited about, the way that we get programs to talk to AI, and it gives back answers that a program can use. And so watching all of these systems come together, and they're constantly figuring out how to fit into a larger ecosystem, that's been going on since before I was a software developer, but it just feels like it's accelerating every year.
A lot of companies like GitHub are thinking about integrating AI into a platform. GitKraken is as well, right? But what I think is really awesome about it is there are some embodiments of it where it actually isn't like purely to just generate code, which I think a lot of people think first. I think there's a lot of trends to improving the developer experience for like maybe explain what this code means to me, and more like understanding to help developers build rather than just generate code, right? So I like seeing those trends because it really does take a lot of the guesswork out of a lot of developers' day-to-day work that isn't building.
Great stuff. Thanks, Jay.
Absolutely. If you're looking to become a GitKraken power user, this next section's for you. Kevin Bost will be covering time-saving tips and strategies to work more efficiently in GitKraken Desktop.
Hello everyone, welcome to GitKon. My name is Kevin Bost. I'm a senior software architect out of Spokane, Washington with a company called Intelitech. I'm a Microsoft MVP, and more importantly, a GitKraken ambassador. You can find me live streaming and coding a bunch of open source projects on Twitch and YouTube. But today, I'm really excited to be able to talk to you about GitKraken Desktop and how to make you into a power user. Let's check it out. So here we have GitKraken Desktop. I am currently running version 10.4.1 down here. And if you learn nothing else from the rest of this talk, the one thing I want you to take very close note of is this awesome little button right up here. This guy here is the command palette. On Windows, it's Control P. On Mac, it's Command P. For people who are used to Visual Studio Code or similar, this kind of interface will be very familiar to you. Short version, you can open your command palette and you can just start searching for anything that you would like to do. You can scroll through and see that there is a wealth of options available, but one of the coolest is the list of keyboard shortcuts. Now, quite often in applications like this, there's lots of actions you can take. There's plenty of things you can do, but we're developers. We oftentimes like our keyboard and less about the mouse. And so here, being able to actually find the list of all of the keyboard shortcuts that are built into them. One of the key ones that I want to highlight here comes from navigating around the commit graph. So most of the time, we'd like to have a nice, pretty linear thing, but more often than not, we end up with code that looks like this. And if we just use the arrow keys to be able to move up and down, we can see that it just selects the commits linearly in chronological order. But quite often what we actually want to do is navigate per branch. So if you start using Shift down, you'll note that it actually is now jumping me between commits that follow the same branch. And the same thing with Shift up, is you can actually start jumping between the commits that follow a particular path rather than just going up and down chronologically, which can be really helpful, especially if you've got a little bit of a spaghetti graph and things are going left and right. It's not always obvious which way you're going to go. The other way that you can kind of help clean up this graph a little bit is actually going through and hiding branches. So either in your local or remote, and this will matter here quite a bit, as we start looking at these, note the little icons next to your branch names. If you've got a little computer or PC or laptop looking thing there, this is one of your local branches, and we can start hiding those things to make the graph get a little bit cleaner. And you can see as we start hiding some of these branches, the labels end up disappearing, and once there's no longer a label pointed to something here, it disappears off our graph. This can be really helpful for being able to narrow down and filter things out. You'll also note that you can actually filter entire folders. Now, Git branches don't really have folders. We just name them with a /, and GitKraken interprets that as a directory hierarchy because that's what makes sense to most developers. But it also means then we have a way of kind of grouping together branches for the purposes of hiding and showing. The other thing that you can end up doing is if there's just a single branch that you are interested in paying attention to, you can actually right-click on it and go down until you find the solo option. And this will get you into a situation whereas hiding a branch gives you exclusionary filters to be able to take branches out of your commit graph. Soloing is kind of the inverse. It says only bring the following branches in. And we can start bringing in the ones that we care about so that only those are the ones that show up. And then when we're done, we can go through here and stop siloing. The other thing is, along the top here, we have all of these wonderful tabs that have been showing up with all of our repositories. Now, for the most part, we can kind of treat these tabs the same way you would browser tabs. You can drag them around, and you can go left and right. With those keyboard shortcuts, things like Command or Control W will actually close your tab. That's perfect. As somebody who's very familiar with that tabbed browser interface, it kind of works the way that I would expect. The other thing you can do, middle click. Just straight kills it. I oftentimes get a little aggressive and I will just middle clip a whole bunch of tabs until they are all closed and then promptly realize, oh shoot, I got a little aggressive. I need some of those tabs back. Now, Control Shift T will actually bring those tabs back for you, kind of in that reverse order. The other option that you have here is this tabs list. So Control Shift A here. It'll show you not only your open tabs, but also your recently closed tabs. So if you want a clicky way of getting back those tabs that you've missed, you can certainly bring them back that way. The other thing that often happens is the tabs default to your repository name. Most of the time this is fine, but occasionally you run into a situation where either the name of the repository is big and verbose and you don't actually want that whole long name there, or the name is too short and you've got conflicts and it's kind of hard to keep track of which one's which. To get around that, what you can do is you can right click on this and give your repository tab an alias. So in this case, if I decide that, this is going to be my infrastructure repo, I don't need a lot of extra detail. I can just type in infra and be able to go through and get an alias set there. Similarly, if I decide, I want the actual ones back into my alias repository and go ahead and hit clear alias there. Easy way in, out, back and forth. One of the other wonderful things that I love to do is, no matter how great GitKraken is, quite often I find myself needing to pop out to either the File Explorer or a terminal for my repository. Sometimes you just need to go and run tools there. Now, GitKraken does have their built-in terminal, which is great, but quite often I have extra configurations inside of my own terminal. Now, I'm on Windows, so I am a Windows terminal user. Your mileage may vary, but underneath File here, we'll note that we've got these Open in External Terminal and Open in File Manager. So at least on Windows, Alt-T and Alt-O corresponding to each of those. Now, if we go to our preferences, which you can either find under the menu here or this little gear up here that will get you in. Underneath the general preferences for it, you'll note I've got this custom terminal command checked. So this is for you Windows users. With it unchecked, you've got some default terminals that you can pick from. But if you are a Windows terminal user and want to see it work, you can actually just do WT for Windows Terminal, pass it in a starting directory, and then also %D, as we can see here, is going to end up being the thing that gets replaced with the repository's path. So if you have an alternate terminal, or technically any command that you want to be executed and feed in the path of your repository so that you can quickly jump in and do something, this is a quick and easy way to do it. Obviously, you also have external editors like Visual Studio Code or similar that you can do, but it makes it really nice and easy when you're in something like this, just being able to hit a simple command and then immediately have your, popped open on the wrong monitor, pop open your File Explorer or drop into a corresponding terminal as well. Now, one of the other things that always gets me really excited, and I'm going to jump over here to this other repository, is I have a branch here. This is my work, where I have done some work. As you can see, clearly very advanced stuff. But I've completed my job. Now it's time to actually go through and open up a pull request. Now, this is just a local only branch. You can see my local main pointer is actually not even in sync with my remote main. But now I need to go through and open the pull request. What I can do is I can just click and drag on the branch that I want to pull request from and drop it on the one that I want to pull request to. So GitKraken immediately gives me a choice here to push my work all the way up and start a pull request to origin main. And it's important that it says origin main here because I dropped it on top of the remote branch, not my local one, which is where we want to go. So it confirms where I want to push and pull from. That sounds great. And then right here, it will open up the create pull request window for me. It's already pre-populated my from and to repositories, which in this case are the same, but it's also set up my branches. If you have things like pull request templates set up, you'll have options as well here. It's worth noting some of the features inside of GitKraken do vary a little bit depending on which provider that you're going with. Today, I'm going to be focused primarily on GitHub since that's where at least a lot of open source and similar work ends up taking place. We can give it some description, reviewers if we need to, picking on whatever I need, bonus points for spelling correctly. As we know, all developers can't spell, or at least I can't. And then we can go ahead and create the pull request. And just like that, I've got a pull request open. Easy button here to be able to jump in straight to that pull request out on GitHub if I want to do so. Otherwise, I can continue on with my work, bounce from wherever else that I would like to go to. On the note of pull requests, we'll note down here, we've got this pull request section available to us where we can kind of get a list of, my pull requests where we can see my some work is the one here. But we also see this assigned to me, awaiting my review, all pull requests. And we can see down here, we've got this ship it option. So one of the nice hidden features that often gets overlooked is you can actually create your own filters here for the pull request. So if we go ahead and click on this, we can see a little bit of documentation. And really these parallel exactly what is possible with the pull request filters out on GitHub directly. So we've got a nice little cheat sheet here, a useful link out to the GitKraken support site for more details, but we can actually go through and build up whatever filters we want. So for example, this ship it filter that I've built, I've said, okay, I'm gonna look for every pull request that has ship it in the body. Not a great filter, but at least it helps me find every pull request with the little GitHub ship it squirrel that's embedded inside of it. More importantly, especially if you get into this issue of assigned to me, awaiting my review, those types of filters, you can go through and customize these to be whatever you need for your filtering. Down here, you can see I'm actually getting this awkward little no pull request set up down here. This little guy here is coming from my Launchpad. And if I switch over to here, we can see that I've got a set of issues and pull requests that show up inside of here. Now, Launchpad is kind of your one-stop shop for being able to find all of your issues and pull requests that span multiple repositories. Whereas the repository tab is perfect for being able to see one individual item. It's a lot nicer if you can be able to query everything because it's quite common to have quite a few repositories, issues, pull requests that span across a lot of them. And I especially don't like it when I have to try to figure out, as my team's opening pull requests in lots of repositories, hey, where the heck is that pull request that they asked me to go review before lunch? I can just come in here, open it up, and quickly be able to find things down. Now, the one thing to be aware of, and you can see it's now found my pull request that has no assigned reviewers, which is why it's popping up here. But rather than just finding the stuff for me, you can actually flip over to this team section, which is currently still in preview, but works really well. My personal favorite is right up here, you get this little filter button where you can actually filter down by user. So I can actually go ahead and say, okay, even though I'm in the team section, I'm going to go ahead and filter down to just me so that I can be able to find exactly the stuff that I'm looking for. If I need to, I can bounce all the way back out to GitHub and say, hey, here we go. Here's my pull request. Here's what I'm actually looking to do. But I now also get this useful guy down here. And if I want to, I can go ahead and just click on this and then be able to bounce out and find the ones that I'm looking for. The same thing kind of goes for issues as well. We can dive in here, take a look at them. The other really useful part is if this is the starting point for your issues, you can actually just immediately bounce over here to create branch and be able to take a look at the issue, see if there's anything else, and then create branch for issue. It's going to suggest a somewhat useful-ish name based upon the title that's here. We'll say fixing output because That's a much shorter name. And then more importantly, I can just quickly go through, figure out what my source branch wants to be. In this case, it's very trunk based. So we're just going to go origin main, create branch. And then immediately I'm back over to my repository tab. I have a new branch checked out, tied all the way up for where I want. Now I can go through and dive in and start working with where I was looking for. One other area that's worth noting, with Launchpad, you saw that I had intentionally gone through and picked out this workspace. So where does the workspace actually come from? It's this little repo management folder icon in the top right-hand corner. So inside of here, what we have is several different types of workspaces. Now, if you are just running on a free tier of GitKraken, you can actually make local workspaces using the GitKraken CLI. And that will give you some benefits in that you can still have the grouped organization for your repositories. But for me, I like the cloud workspaces that'll sync across my various devices because I work on more than one machine. For example, I have my Velopack workspace here, which is what we were just looking at, where we can see I've got quite a few repositories that I've brought in, and I can quickly see which what the state of all of these are. Now, I do have some options here for selecting all and then going through, and if I'm just looking to catch up on where they all are, I can use the Fetch All repository button and just quickly fetch all of my repositories. One of the best things ever, there's a change color button, and you can pick any color you want for your workspace. I'm easily entertained. I absolutely love this feature. I'm gonna put it back to yellow because that is the color that it wants to be. But with these workspaces being set up, you are then put in control of where do I want to group things together? What repositories do I want to be able to query across when I'm looking to bring in all of my repositories? It ends up being a much more personalized grouping than what you might otherwise have in, say, GitHub, where everything's just kind of either inside of an org or underneath an individual user. You can then kind of put things together based upon purpose. On my GitHub account, I've got, I think, 160 repositories, and that's way too much for one workspace. I tend to build out separate workspaces for each of those kind of logical groupings of projects, just so that I can keep things organized and be able to bounce in and out depending on where I am going. With that, I want to thank everyone for coming. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of GitKon. As always, I'll see you next time. Happy coding.
Always great to hear from Kevin.
Now, Jovana from Atlassian will help us answer the question, does this dev tool spark joy?
Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Jovana Dunisijevic. I am a senior technical evangelist at Atlassian, and before this I was a platform engineer for several years, working on the Jira cloud migrations, followed by scaling our internal cloud deployment and provisioning services. Today I'm going to talk to you about dev tools that spark joy and how you can build a positive engineering culture within your organization. So what do I mean when I say a dev tool that sparks joy? Well, some of you probably already picked up that this is a Marie Kondo reference, but for those of you that don't know, Marie is an organizing guru, a best-selling author, she has a Netflix show, and she is the one that popularized this concept of objects that spark joy. Here's a quote from her that I'm going to read. Being surrounded by things that spark joy make you happy. Everyone has things that they love, things that they cannot imagine parting with, even though other people shake their heads in disbelief when they see them. You might ask, what does this have to do with dev tools? Well, at least for me, I do recognize the joy I feel when using certain dev tools. And I believe that you do as well. If you weren't passionate about development, you wouldn't be here today. And specifically, I'm talking about developer joy. We care about making tools that developers do not only find useful, but dare I say, enjoyable as well. And so luckily, Atlassian had the State of Developer Experience report that recently came out, where we surveyed over 2,000 developers and engineering leaders and learned more about what developer experience means to them. To try to summarize, improving developer experience and dev joy is defined as improving the lived experience of developers and reducing the points of friction they encounter in their everyday work. This in turn leads to increased productivity through effective, long-lasting tactics that also make your company more appealing to new hires. Because happy devs are more productive devs. And I want to share some long-lasting tactics that can make your company more interesting for your existing developers, but also your new hires. So what sparks joy for developers? The State of DevEx report lists 3 things. Number 1, awesome tools. Number 2, dev teams that are empowered to make decisions as a team. And number 3, an amazing engineering culture. So if you put all these together, you're going to have a recipe for happy devs and more productive teams. Now, before we get started, why do we think you should trust what we're saying about developer experience? Well, Atlassian has been named a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant for DevOps platforms again. And this was the 2nd year in a row. And we've been actually named number 1 for the platform engineering use case review that they did. We've done a ton of research. We've also implemented these tactics internally. So it's safe to say that we know what we're talking about. All right, let's start with number 1, awesome tools. How you can improve your developer experience with these recommendations. I'll start by getting you to think about a time you tried to get devs to adopt a tool that they didn't really want to use. And how did that go? In my experience, it didn't go so well. If devs aren't bought into the value or ease of use of a dev tool, they just won't use it. It's simple as that. And I think that's really fair enough. We ask so much from developers right now. There are so many tools they have to use every day. There are different kinds of tools. They get more and more niche. And switching companies requires you to also learn a whole different tool chain. But even switching teams within the same company, you still get exposed to new tools. So when you are a platform team and you're charged with providing company-wide services, or you're charged with keeping operations running, implementing standards or best practices, and everybody is using different tools, that can be very challenging. Thankfully, internal developer portals exist. An IDP can help platform teams understand companies' current compliance and application health while still enabling developers to use the approved dev tools that they prefer. So, how Gartner defines internal developer portals. They say IDPs improve developer experience and service reliability while enabling centralized governance and shared visibility across multiple teams. And the way this typically works is a platform engineer would set up an IDP, get it ready, and then provide that to their product developers who are consumers of their service. So how do IDPs help you improve your developer experience? Well, they solve 3 primary problems. The first is search. We want to help devs find what they need when they need it. So you can store a ton of different data in your IDP, and as it's a component catalog, you're going to store repositories, you're going to store documentation, API specs, links to your third-party dashboards, team ownership, chat channels, the list goes on. All of that can be stored in a single place. So when you are a dev and you have to integrate with an unfamiliar service and you have questions about something, then you only have to go into one place to find all that information. Number 2, use software templates to start a new service in a single click. In that click, you can clone a repository, set up a CI/CD pipeline, set up a new AWS resource, or any customizable actions that you want and still follow best practices automatically. And then number 3, scorecards. These help platform teams stay on top of the organization's application health. So you can track things like code coverage, security vulnerabilities, incident rate, and any sort of application metric health that you want. Track it and watch how your components are performing against the standards that your platform engineering team have set up. So to summarize, IDPs can help devs provide a searchable, complete catalog collection of their software architecture, provide templates to speed up service creation, and scorecards to help teams understand application health and technical debt. However, awesome tools can't spark dev joy by itself. You can't give developers a great tool and just say, here, please go be happy now. Dev joy comes from empowered dev teams using awesome tooling within a supportive engineering culture. So what does it mean to empower a dev team? Well, at least in our experience at Atlassian, empowering dev teams means giving them the keys to the car. Now, product managers might be writing requirements and acceptance criterias. We might have operational goals, and we're all deciding on the destination together, but we are letting the developers drive. They're the ones picking the route, and they might find a shortcut, but they might also run into traffic. In any case, they're in control of the car, and they're responsible and accountable for getting to the destination themselves. This builds accountability in the systems that they're building and the way that they're cataloging all this information. Having a fully customizable IDP can really contribute to empowering your developers. That way, you'll be encouraging shared ownership and joint accountability for keeping the catalog up to date and useful, but also the services in the catalog functional. And how do we know that this works? Well, Atlassian did it. Now, I want to share the story of how we built our own IDP we call Compass, how we've extended it and adopted it, and where all of these solutions are available. Let's take a quick detour and talk about how Atlassian started to prioritize developer joy. Like many of you have experienced, Atlassian grew very quickly, and so did the level of complexity and the amount of information that our developers were expected to keep track of. We hit a point where our company's growth was impeding our progress, making it harder for us to maintain quality, maintain the security and compliance, and still keep our developers happy. Additionally, we were seeing our productivity dropping, which meant more duplication of effort, people didn't know who to talk to, it wasn't quite clear which applications were healthy and which were not, and as a result, our developer culture was at risk. We were asking more from our developers, but not helping them adjust to the new reality of working at scale. So our engineering teams got to work deciding how to better support our developers through this change. If this slide looks familiar to you, it's because these are also the three primary problems that IDPs solve. We knew we needed solutions, but this was way before many IDPs were on the market. So we built one ourselves. Platform engineering teams in your companies are having these same problems, if they haven't already told you. Every healthy, growing company goes through this pain. So we built an early version of an internal developer portal. It was developed by engineering teams who wanted a service catalog with ownership, self-serve service creation, and an opportunity to monitor application health. It worked so well for us, so we turned it into Compass. Check out how similar Compass is to our internal version from way back then. Our production instance of Compass today has over 26,000 components. It's needless to say that we really use it heavily. So we talked about awesome tools, we talked about empowering developer teams, but what does it mean to have an amazing engineering culture? Well, Atlassian has worked hard to make innovation a habit. And you can see from our core value, be the change you seek, that this mentality is deeply rooted in Atlassians. It's not just some corporate motto, it's really how we work. In fact, one of our largest internal programs embodies perfectly this value of be the change you seek, and we call it Ship It. It's our global hackathon, and really a 24-hour innovation sprint where everyone at Atlassian is encouraged to innovate on anything that they want. Atlassians unleash their creativity and work on passionate projects during that time. It's something we internally religiously dedicate our time to. Not only does this hackathon contribute to developer joy, but we also see many incredible ideas go into production. Our founder, Mike Cannon-Brooks, even said, "Ship it, don't skip it." So we noticed that many Atlassians have maximized on their innovation time to address some of the passionate projects that they really wanted to bring to Compass and leveraged its extensibility. And I want to share a few features that started out as ship its, but ended up getting shipped into Compass. Recently released Custom Column Selector. Yes, it started out as a ship it project. With Custom Column Selector, you can now be more efficient in narrowing down your search by selecting as many fields as you want when looking for the right component, including your custom fields. Dark mode was also an innovation project. Every developer wants it. It does enhance the product experience for us. And one feature that took several ship-its to get it going and a number of people to join the project. So we really like to say it takes a whole village to raise a feature. This feature lets Compass users see a visual map of their component dependencies, helps them understand and manage the sprawl of these dependencies, and investigate and resolve incidents quickly. But let's bring it back to IDPs again. Developers are happiest when they're solving problems, just like our developers did with those features I just showed you. They were working on things that they felt were missing in their tool. So now you might be wondering, how can you encourage that same kind of innovation within your own engineering organization? Well, one way is to enable your engineers to customize and extend their IDP. And Atlassian doesn't just talk the talk, we do walk the walk. Since our IDP is very customizable, there have been dozens of projects by developers to extend our internal instance, building additional applications. And I want to show you 3 ways that Atlassian has extended Compass, hopefully get you inspired to make your own extensions for your own specific needs, whichever IDP you use. Number 1, TechOps. TechOps delivers weekly reports that help teams prioritize tasks like addressing vulnerabilities and analyzing cost or performance changes. These reports provide insights into team management, they highlight operational focus areas, and evaluate service health. This application utilizes features such as custom automation, dashboards, metrics, third-party integrations, but also GraphQL API. TechOps uses Compass's scorecard features to enhance the TechOps review quarterly experience for our teams. This integration links scorecards with TechOps, allowing users to access TechOps data directly. The goal is to present actionable insights and recommendations on the scorecard. Number 2 is War Games, and we use it for chaos engineering at scale. Chaos engineering is a proactive testing mechanism that helps platform engineering teams understand system reactions to unknowns. By simulating failures in our services or APIs, it uncovers bugs, monitors for edge cases, and identifies bottlenecks, ensuring that systems are resilient and reliable. The War Games application evaluates system performance under unfavorable conditions by creating a fake incident, and the team's goals is to use this as a performance evaluation for monitoring, for user experience analysis, and error simulation. You can actually automate War Games directly from Compass, integrating plans into your CI/CD pipeline. You can also schedule your runs using APIs and set up Slack notifications for updates. Number 3, PaaS deployments. For any service owner, this is a one-stop shop where they can get fast information for their feature releases and do it without any bottlenecks. With PaaS deployments, we easily gain insights into service deployments by filtering environments and regions. For each service deployment, you can view the deployment IDs, you can see both stable and previous stacks, you can see the time that elapsed since the last deployment, you can look at the traffic distribution percentages between those stacks, and the AWS account details for a specific region and environment of your deployment. So we can see that Compass's success within Atlassian really depended on our developers being invested in extending Compass as their IDP. And our engineering team today really depends on Compass. We noticed that we really needed it to continue to grow as an organization. This is just one of the ways that we maintain an awesome engineering culture at Atlassian, by providing great tooling for our developers to use and giving them the autonomy to improve and extend it to fit their needs. You can do the same by investing in an internal developer portal like Compass, by providing awesome tools and empowering your developer teams to customize them. You will also promote an amazing engineering culture, and most importantly, spark developer joy. Thank you so much for listening. Feel free to reach out on LinkedIn if you have any questions.
I love it. Marie Kondo would be proud.
Totally. Now, Stefania will share strategies to help dev and security teams work better together.
Hi everyone, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're joining us from. I'd like to welcome you and thank you so much for being here. I'm Stefania Chaplin, founder of DevStopOps, and I'm so excited to have this opportunity to connect with you. Today, we're diving into Secure Together, enhancing developer security collaboration. I'll be sharing insights on how developers and security teams can work together more effectively, cultivating collaboration to achieve a stronger security outcome. Let's dive in. Who am I? Hi, I'm Stefania Chaplin, and I've spent nearly a decade immersed in the world of tech, working across development, security, and DevOps. Over the years, I've come to see how powerful collaboration is in making security proactive and fully integrated, rather than just a last-minute add-on. I'm also passionate about advocating for many forms of diversity in tech, because I believe diverse perspectives only make our teams and solutions stronger. I'm a frequent speaker at tech events, sharing insights on topics like security, collaboration, and communication. I'm a massive Duolingo fan, currently on 15 languages. My username is DevStopOps, so find me there. When I'm not working, I like to spend my time living at tropical surf retreats or when at home looking after my tropical plants. If anyone has any great surf recommendations, feel free to let me know. Today's talk will give you a taste of my communication workshops. If you're interested, feel free to reach out via my website or email. Now let's dive into why people are truly at the heart of effective security. Here's what we'll cover today. First, we'll discuss why people play a central role in security. Then we'll look at the miscommunication illustrated by real-world cases, and then strategies for improving collaboration. Finally, we'll wrap up with key takeaways, and if you have any questions, please get in touch via my website, LinkedIn, or email. Each section builds on the last so we can develop a comprehensive picture of collaborative security. Cultivating a secure environment together. I want to start by introducing a key theme for today's talk. Effective security is ultimately about people, not just tools or processes. By building trust, encouraging open communication, and embracing shared responsibility, we create a collaborative environment where developers and security teams work hand in hand. When these teams align, we move beyond isolated goals to a unified mission, building a resilient, secure environment that supports both innovation and protection. Security grows stronger as we share our goals and keep the channels open. Together, we can foster an environment where security is everyone's priority. I want to start with a central idea. Security isn't just about the latest scanner or compliance process. At its core, security is about people. People drive decision-making, adapt to challenges, and respond to threats. In any security framework, people are both the greatest assets and at times the biggest vulnerability. We often hear about human error in security breaches, but what if we shift the narrative? Instead of focusing on errors, let's focus on empowering teams to communicate effectively, collaborate openly, and share responsibility for security. Throughout this talk, we'll dive into how understanding motivations, building psychological safety, and fostering a sense of shared responsibility can lead to stronger security outcomes. This quote by Steve Jobs perfectly encapsulates a core principle in security: collaboration. In our field, no one person or team can manage security alone. It's the combined efforts of developers, security teams, and every individual in the organization that creates a secure environment. When we work together, bringing diverse perspectives and skills to the table, we build solutions that are not only innovative, but also resilient. Security thrives on teamwork and shared responsibility, making each contribution vital to our collective success. People, processes, and technology. What are the critical components of building a secure environment? People, processes, and technology. While technology is essential, it's only as effective as the people and processes behind it. Security isn't just about tools and technical safeguards, it's fundamentally about human collaboration and understanding. To foster a collaborative culture, we need to prioritize several key aspects: the power of collaboration, understanding each other's motivations, and building psychological safety so everyone feels comfortable raising concerns or sharing insights. Empathy in communication helps bridge gaps between teams, ensuring that we're aligned on shared goals. When we recognize that security is a shared responsibility, it becomes a collective mission rather than just a single team's task. By focusing on these human-centric elements, we make our processes and technologies more effective, creating a resilient and secure environment. To summarize, we are not machines. Security is about understanding, empathy, and collaboration between people. Different mindsets. Let's start with developers. They approach their work with the mindset of growth and innovation, constantly pushing to build new features and enhance user experiences. Developers are driven to meet user demand, which often requires rapid iteration and creative problem solving. They're the ones driving forward, adding value through functionality and user-centric improvements. Now let's talk about security professionals. Their approach is naturally more risk-averse. Security teams focus on protecting sensitive data and mitigating risks, which means they prioritize thorough checks and restrictions and safeguards. While developers are accelerating the vehicle, security ensures that it's done within safe limits, considering potential threats and vulnerabilities. Think of security as a seatbelt, not a brake. At first glance, these mindsets might seem at odds, one focused on speed and one on innovation, the other on caution and control. But they're actually complementary. Developers' creativity paired with security's caution creates a balanced dynamic where we can innovate with safety in mind. Yeah, think of security as a seatbelt, not a brake. We want developers to move quickly and build great features, but with safety built into the process. This collaboration only works when both teams understand and respect each other's goals and challenges. Through open communication, we can align these mindsets, making security a shared responsibility. This way, it's integrated seamlessly rather than being an afterthought. Psychological safety. One of the key foundations of a collaborative security culture is psychological safety, a concept championed by researchers like Amy Edmondson. Psychological safety is about creating an environment where team members feel safe to speak up, raise concerns, and even make mistakes without fear or punishment or ridicule. This model outlines 4 levels. 1, included, where individuals feel they belong and are welcomed. 2, learning, where they feel safe to ask questions without needing to have all the answers. 3, contributing, where they believe their input and effort adds value. 4, challenging, where they feel empowered to take risks and voice bold ideas. Sometimes it can take a lot of courage and a lot of psychological safety to be able to step out from the status quo. In a security context, these levels are especially crucial. If people fear blame or reprimands, they may hesitate to report vulnerabilities, errors, or gaps they observe. This silence can be risky and costly. When people feel safe to speak up, it encourages early issue detection and fosters a culture of ongoing improvement. Companies that emphasize psychological safety often see more proactive behaviors, accountability, and stronger overall security practices. We'll explore more on how to do this as we continue. As we move into the next section, we'll explore the consequences of miscommunication. Miscommunication can be costly in any industry, but in the world of security, the stakes are even higher. When information isn't accurately shared, when teams misunderstand each other's priorities or fail to align on objectives, we see a ripple effect that can impact productivity, morale, customer trust, and ultimately organizational security. Throughout this section, we'll examine some of the key impacts this miscommunication has specifically on security operations and why establishing clear, open channels is so critical. Understanding these consequences will highlight just how important it is to prioritize effective communication between developers, security teams, and other stakeholders. The cost of communication failure. Let's look at a real-world case. The Equifax data breach. In 2017, Equifax suffered one of the largest data breaches in history, affecting over 140 million people. This breach was a textbook example of communication failures. In March 2017, a critical security vulnerability was discovered and a patch was issued. Well done, Apache. Equifax was notified but failed to apply the patch, leaving their systems vulnerable. By May, hackers had gained access to Equifax's system and began extracting data. This access went undetected for several months, and it wasn't until July that Equifax finally realized the extent of the breach. By September, the breach was made public, causing immense damage to Equifax's reputation. The lessons here are clear and important for all organizations. Timely patch management matters. When vulnerabilities are identified, acting quickly to address them is crucial. Delays create opportunities for attackers, as we saw in this case. Team communication is key. Effective communication between security and IT teams is essential to ensure everyone understands the urgency and the necessary action. Monitoring minimizes impact. Regular monitoring could have helped detect the unauthorized access sooner, limiting the scope of the breach. Transparency protects reputation. Open communication with stakeholders, even when things go wrong, can preserve trust. Equifax's reputation suffered partly due to the delayed public disclosure. Psychological safety drives action. Teams need to feel safe. They need to feel safe reporting issues without fear of blame. This culture encourages proactive responses and can prevent overlooked vulnerabilities. In summary, Equifax's experience shows us what happens when we have miscommunication and lack follow-through. When teams collaborate and act proactively, these can prevent the impact of such incidents. Cost of miscommunication in security. So miscommunication can have a wide range of consequences in any setting, but in tech, especially between development and security teams, these breakdowns can be especially costly. When communication falters, teams are left unaligned with crucial information slipping through the cracks. This leads to confusion, frustration, inefficiency. On a broader level, it reduces trust, disrupts productivity, and can even lead to increased turnover as team morale takes a hit. These consequences alone are challenging, but when it comes to security, miscommunication can escalate into far more severe impacts. Let's talk about the specific impacts in a security context. First, it can create security gaps, vulnerabilities that go unaddressed because the information needed to secure them isn't shared. This slows productivity as issues need to be fixed reactively rather than proactively. Trust between teams can also erode, especially if communication lapses lead to preventable security incidents. And on the customer-facing side, security breaches stemming from miscommunication damage both financial health and consumer trust, often taking years to rebuild. Miscommunication in security impacts every aspect, from team productivity and trust to financial stability and customer confidence. Clear communication is essential to prevent these costly consequences. Now that we've seen the importance of communication and collaboration, let's discuss some actionable strategies to foster these practices. Effective collaboration doesn't happen by accident. It requires deliberate effort and commitment from both developer and security teams. Over the next few slides, we'll cover practical tools and strategies that any team can implement to enhance collaboration and security outcomes. These include regular check-ins, building a culture of empathy, and fostering shared responsibility, all of which help teams stay aligned, engaged, and focused on the bigger picture. These are some of the core principles I focus on in my workshops, where we deep dive into implementing these strategies to build resilient, security-conscious teams. Let's take a closer look at how to put these practices into action. Let's look at some practical strategies to strengthen collaboration between development and security teams. Starting with blameless security incident reviews, which focus on learning from incidents without assigning blame. This builds trust and transparency, making it easier to discuss improvements openly. Regular check-ins help teams stay aligned and address any emerging risks early on. They foster ongoing communication, ensuring nothing slips through the cracks. Cross-functional teams bring different perspectives together, allowing us to tackle security from all angles and spot issues before they escalate. Clear documentation and knowledge sharing makes essential information accessible, reducing miscommunication and enabling proactive security. Finally, joint problem-solving sessions allow both teams to work through complex challenges together, strengthening their collaborative mindset. These practices empower teams to build a secure, resilient environment where security and development goals are aligned. Creating a culture of growth and learning is essential to build a resilient, security-conscious team. It starts with open feedback, encouraging team members to share their insights, ideas, and concerns without fear of judgment. This openness leads to better problem solving and stronger team cohesion. Learning from incidents is another core element. Each security incident offers valuable lessons, and by analyzing these in a psychologically safe and blame-free environment, teams can strengthen their defenses and reduce the likelihood of future issues. Continuous training keeps everyone up to date with evolving security threats and best practices. Regular learning sessions ensure that both development and security teams are equipped with the latest knowledge. And finally, celebrating success is just as important. Recognizing milestones and accomplishments reinforces positive behavior and fosters a culture where achievements are valued. Together, these elements create an environment where every voice is valued, driving better security outcomes and stronger collaboration across teams. As we wrap up, I want to leave you with a few key takeaways that sum up our approach to security collaboration. First, People are the foundation of security. Security isn't just about tools or processes. It's about the people who make these processes work. Trust, collaboration, and each team member's contributions are what truly fortify a secure environment. Next, understanding roles builds stronger teams. When we appreciate each other's unique roles, we foster a culture of respect and shared responsibility. Developers and security professionals may have different priorities, but their combined efforts create a balanced, secure outcome. Finally, simple strategies make a big difference. Sometimes it's the empathy-driven check-ins or blameless reviews that have the most impact. These small yet powerful practices foster open communication and continuous improvement, making collaboration a natural part of our security culture. Remember, security is a journey that thrives on teamwork and shared goals. For those who are interested, I invite you to join one of my workshops for more hands-on strategies on building a collaborative security culture. Thank you for all your time and attention today. It's been a pleasure sharing insights on how we can work together to build a stronger, more secure environment through collaboration and open communication. If you have any questions or you'd like to discuss further or want to connect, please don't hesitate to reach out. You can email me, visit my website, or connect with me on LinkedIn. Also, if you're interested in diving deeper into these topics, I offer workshops focused on confidence, communication, and negotiation skills tailored to empower tech professionals. I'd love to see some of you there. Thank you again and look forward to hearing from you.
Thanks for that informative session, Stefania.
Next, Ed from AppFire will talk to us about how to onboard new devs to a unified developer experience.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ed Frederici, and I am the Chief Technology Officer at AppFire. I'd like to start my presentation by thanking you for taking time out of your day to watch it. I would also like to tell you a little bit about myself. The single most important thing you should know, especially in context of our time together today, is that I am not a voice actor or a professional presenter. You may not want to expect too much variation in my tone or a lot of dynamicism in my presentation style. I do hope to have an interesting discussion about onboarding developers to a unified developer experience. Now, what do we do at AppFire? At AppFire, we equip and connect teams so that they can plan and perform their very best work. And we do that by building applications and ecosystems like Salesforce, Atlassian, Microsoft, and Monday.com. Our applications can be simple. One simply adds numbered headings to Confluence, but they can also be very robust, complex, and enterprise in scale, like our big picture product that does product portfolio management. It does resource planning, Gantt charting, and gives you a single pane of glass that shows you where all of your projects are at in their life cycle. So that said, let's jump into developer experience. Developer experience is one of those terms that can mean just about anything. If you ask 10 people, you'll get 10 different answers. For the purpose of our conversation today, I would like to treat it as a couple of different things. It is most definitely the tools, the platforms, the processes that a developer has at their disposal to build, test, and maintain software. It is also how that developer feels about their work environment and their ability to efficiently and effectively finish their tasks. Developer experience exists to aid both the corporation and the developer. It aids the corporation by producing an environment in which a developer is quickly productive, and it aids the developer by allowing them to cut through some of the operational overload that you get when you're a new developer and get to the task of building software as quickly as possible. Developer experience doesn't exist only for the developer. It exists, like we said, for both the corporation itself and the individual developer. Corporate goals for developer experience are really centered around driving corporate strategy forward. Any activity any corporation takes is really meant to drive that company in a positive direction. Developer experience is no different. The corporation wants a developer experience program that allows the developer to move as fast as possible, that builds outstanding teams, that is cost efficient, that ensures that governance and compliance and security are met with and followed and are baked into the process. It should optimize productivity and provide homogeneity in the process so that every developer of the corporation is developing software in fundamentally the same way. That achieves a lot of really important goals. It allows developers to move laterally. It allows teams to redefine themselves with new members and have those members understand how software is developed at whatever corporation it is, so there's not a large learning curve if you move from Scrum Team A to Scrum Team B. It also helps minimize attrition. If everyone is onboarded quickly and effectively and efficiently, and you feel like you've been given the opportunity to contribute at a very high level right off the bat, your likely engagement and employee satisfaction is going to be higher than if you struggle those first few days, weeks, or months to feel like you're adding value and accomplishing something meaningful in your job. A good developer experience also preserves culture. Now, people think differently about culture. At AppFire, culture is fundamental to everything we do. We don't just have core values on our website, and we don't just talk about them in quarterly all hands. They are fundamental to how we run our business, and they are all people-centric. If you go through our entire list of core values, none of them are about the corporation. They are about the individual, because we believe that enabling the individual to be the very best they can be automatically achieves corporate strategy. And that's true for developer experience as well. One of the things that I should have mentioned in my intro is that as I talk about developer experience, I'm going to talk about it in the context of AppFire. We don't do everything perfectly, but we do some things pretty well. And our developer onboarding is one of those things. Now, something that's very important to us is the individual. As I said previously, our core values are very individual centric. They're about the person, not about the company. Most of the experiences that we attempt to curate for our employees, whom we refer to as fireflies, are about that person. 3 core values that I think matter and are baked into our developer experience process are: be human. We want to treat people like people, have empathy for them, think from a what does it mean to the individual perspective, and ensure that we are doing things that enrich that individual's work experience. The other is add to the awesome. We want everything done to add to the cumulative awesome that is our products and our people and our company. And we believe that it's more important to get things right than be right. So we always strive to come up with the best outcome, the best solution, not necessarily take ownership of that solution in a negative way or have ego or pride or kingdom building fall into that. So as we go through developer experience at AppFire, we want that individual developer to come away from that experience with a sense of value and satisfaction. We want to make sure that across our many teams, every individual has the same experience, which means that they're treated equitably and have the same experience at AppFire, regardless of where you work. We want them to be ready to move internally. So as one project winds down and another spins up, by having a really exceptional developer experience, we facilitate the quick movement of an individual from one team to another. It also helps set clear expectations, facilitates collaborations, drives quality, gives us a focus on outcome rather than output, and drives retention. Let me talk a little bit about the dynamics of being an employee at AppFire and the growth that AppFire has gone through over the last 5 years or so that really kind of dictate what the developer experience is like for us. We are a company experiencing rapid growth. On the chart in front of you, what you see is by year, the employee count in the green bars. And you can see that just 4 years ago, we were 137 employees, but by the end of this year, we'll be 829. That's an insane number of developers to bring on board and preserve culture, preserve the way that you develop software, ensure that you're complying with compliance, governance, and security, and build a team that can work as a cohesive unit. What's also unique about AppFire is much of that growth was done through acquisition. The blue numbers you see below the years are the number of companies acquired that year. So in 2020, we acquired 5 companies, but between 2021 and 2022, we acquired 17. There was a little bit of a lull in 23 and 24 as the macroeconomic environment dictated a slowdown in M&A, but it's accelerating again. And in 2025, we will see another large growth of the organization through acquisition. That does some unique things for us. One, it brings founders into our company. A founder is the former CEO or leader of a company who has, during his tenure in that company or her tenure in that company, led the entire thing. They are in charge of all things. They might do engineering, product, marketing, legal, finance. They have made every decision. They have shaped that company. We also have new hires who are net new hires that came to us for an individual role and did not come in through a company. We have the employees of acquired companies, and we have the existing employees they are joining. Each of those provides a little bit of a different type of challenge in onboarding. A founder is going to go through a very different process than one of the acquired employees who will go through a different process than a new hire. And by process, I don't necessarily mean the steps of developer experience so much as the emotional experience of integrating into AppFire and becoming a Firefly. For a founder, they will shed some of their responsibility as they join the team. They won't be joining at the same level of contribution they were when they were the CEO or founder of their company. They will probably give up marketing or finance or HR. Let's assume we're talking about a founder who's a developer and comes into engineering. They will unburden themselves with a lot of those experiences, hand them off to people with expertise in those things, and take on a smaller remit than they had before. An acquired employee may be being introduced to processes they've not used before, tool set that they've not used before, and a general way of doing business that's new to them. That's true for new hires as well, but what is different is that acquired employee has an identity that is associated with the acquired company, and sometimes that identity is very strong, and they don't want to give up that way of doing business because that is their culture and the thing that they came to love about the company. With respect to a new hire, they're changing jobs by choice, and they know that they're going into a new environment, and they can sometimes be more open to that change and more ready for it. We've talked a little bit about what developer experience is, how developer experience drives corporate strategy, and what the goals are for the corporation, and then what the goals are for the individual. We've also talked about how AppFire has grown over time and some of the unique challenges of onboarding new developers into a unified developer experience who will come to you through acquisition. Let's quickly take some time to set a little bit more context and talk about engineering at AppFire. Engineering at AppFire is about 375 people today. That's more than 60 Scrum teams, and we support over 160 unique applications across more than 8 major geographies. If you think about how we've grown through acquisition, when we acquire a company, we acquire 1 or more applications. Some companies bring up to 40 applications with them. Those applications are written in a unique tech stack. Those companies already have methods and policies and processes for developing software. And when we acquire them and they become employees at AppFire, we want to onboard them to a developer experience that is unified across all of AppFire. But we want to do it in a way that maximizes the individual's ability to contribute and maximizes corporate strategy. We don't rewrite applications in a common tech stack. We don't find a lot of value in that. But what we do is introduce those new employees to consistent processes and tool sets in order to develop software. So when we bring an employee in, we will take them, especially if it's an acquisition or obviously if it's an acquisition, from using whatever lifecycle tool they use to using Jira and our workflow. We will have them measure and track observability for specific metrics that we care about. We will have them follow a product development lifecycle and a software development lifecycle that is unique to AppFire. And we do that for all those individual and corporate reasons we talked about before. But what it allows us to do is maximize flexibility across this really broad portfolio of applications, but ensure consistency in how software is developed so it's of high quality. We can measure productivity, and we understand what's happening as dependencies amongst applications develop, and you are waiting on one team to build something so that then you can build your feature set. So having that common developer experience allows us to really manage that massive portfolio of applications, coordinate all those individuals, ensure consistency and quality, but also allow for individuality and the individual roadmaps of the products that are in our large portfolio. We think of developer experience as beginning before the developer is ever hired. And then as part of the hiring process in the first few weeks or months of employment, and then it occurs for everything after that as well. So in the pre-hire process, it may seem strange to think of developer experience, but if you step back for a moment, that developer's experience with a company begins with that first contact from a talent acquisition person or whomever they interact with as they begin to apply for a job. And you want that experience to be exceptionally positive, welcoming, and productive from that moment on throughout their entire tenure with you as an employee. So during pre-hire, we want to use the developer experience to attract, engage, and excite people about the opportunity. During the hiring process itself and during those first few weeks of being an employee, you want to welcome them, enable them to be successful, and integrate them as seamlessly as possible into the team. And then as they're an employee for a period of time, you want to be able to measure their productivity and contribution, help them grow as an individual in their career, and then what we think of as liberate them. And that means that you have onboarded them so successfully, so seamlessly, and that you have processes that are so comprehensive and easy to follow that you can give that person agency and autonomy and let them operate independently. So our goal is to find that amazing person, thrill them about the opportunity, embrace them as they onboard, give them a set of tools and a process and a workflow to follow that allows them to get up to speed and contribute quickly, measure their progress as they go so that we can help them continue to be better at what they do, and then give them the freedom to do that so that they are having the best work experience possible and that they are a force multiplier. The more independent, the more autonomous an individual can be as they work, the greater the work can be done. If they're relying on a single individual to guide them or tell them what to do or to oversee their work in a more comprehensive way, that individual overseeing that work and doing the guiding becomes a bottleneck. So everything we do relative to developer experience is to maximize that individual, because maximizing that individual also maximizes the outcome for the company and drives company strategy forward. In the pre-hire stage of developer experience, and I know it may seem odd that you would think of developer experience as beginning before the person is an actual employee, but what we believe and what we think is that your mindset, your ability to contribute to the company, the things that are going to help enable you to be someone who is offering a lot of value, start at the point of that first contact. And so we think of developer experience as extending to before someone is actually joining the company and writing software. For that pre-hire step, as we discussed, we want to attract, engage, and excite that employee. And we do that through several techniques. One is high touch. And by high touch, I mean that from the moment we have our first contact with that employee or potential employee, we are interacting with that person on a frequent enough basis that no ambiguity or uncertainty is introduced into the process. We don't want large periods of time to go between touch points so that they don't have to wonder if we've just abandoned them or ghosted them or what's going on or what their next right step for them is. We want a fast process with frequent feedback so that that person is going through the process quickly enough that they stay engaged, that we stay top of mind for them, and that we are not wasting their time. We, of course, assess them to be the right fit for technical skills and cultural fit. And then once we decide, okay, this is a person we would like to join, and we make them an offer and they accept, we welcome them to the company. And then in America, there's traditionally 2 weeks between the time someone accepts an offer and then when they start. In other parts of the world, that can be up to 3 months. So there can be a really long period of time from, hey, I'd love to have you as an employee, and yes, I want to be an employee, to the first day on the job. And we want to fill that time with productivity of some kind so that person stays excited, stays engaged, and begins to learn what it means to be a Firefly and join AppFire. So we'll do a drip campaign where we reach out to them as the hiring manager, as the HR person, as whomever, and check in, make sure things are going well. And we will begin to do IT fulfillment so that by the very first day they start, they have a laptop with all the right software installed on it that's configured for whatever role they're going to fulfill. Developers generally get a specific type of laptop so that they can be productive. We also make sure that they have access to all systems, that they have access to source code repositories, that their team knows that they're joining and what role they'll be fulfilling. And then we'll send them a welcome package with some swag in it. And it's all just to build momentum for that first day of work so that as they join, they are excited to be here, they are anticipating it, and they're really going to lean into the process of the more traditional developer experience as they onboard as an employee inside of engineering. During the higher stage of developer experience, we want to welcome, enable, and integrate that person, right? So at this point, they're actually an employee or committed to being an employee. And so we spend time making sure that they have access to all the appropriate systems and tools, and we begin fostering relationships. So your first day on the job as a new employee, you're going to go through some new employee orientation, which means HR is going to sit down with you, do all the typical paperwork stuff, make sure you can access all of your systems, and just really get you into the system officially, make sure you understand your healthcare options, those type of things, right? But you're also going to get from your hiring manager onboarding Trello board. It's a set of tasks to go through that you can do at your own pace that are supplementary to anything that you're going to do with a mentor or your manager or other team members. We have something called AppFire University, and in AppFire University, we have a wide variety of courses, but some of them are specifically oriented towards getting a new employee onboarded and up to speed about the company. They talk about terminology, they talk about marketplaces, they talk about ecosystems, they introduce you to other key employees. We do those through a self-paced onboarding process that's a Trello board. Some people may do them all in one sitting. Some people may go home at night and do them overnight. Some people may take a week to do them. But it's a great way to take tasks, give them into the employee's hands, and let them take ownership and see how they go about onboarding themselves. We assign you a mentor or a buddy, someone who's knowledgeable, who's from your area of the company, not just engineering, but on the team you're going to be on, who can answer basic questions for you, who will help you if you get stuck. And then we introduce you to the product and software development lifecycle. We introduce you to the CI/CD processes. We give you developer images. We walk you through all those fundamental pieces of being a developer and what it takes to develop software. If you joined us as an acquisition, you probably have much of that. And what we will do is during the early life cycle of that acquisition is convert them over to our Jira instance and convert them over to our source code repository and possibly convert them over to our containers or our images or just some of the fundamental things that are required to deliver software. We will put you on our CI/CD process. And if you don't already have infrastructure as code or deployment as code, we will introduce that concept to you. It is really the point at which the rubber starts to meet the road and that person starts to do very tangible engineering-centric tasks. We want this portion of the onboarding or developer experience to be as fast and as thorough as possible because we want that person to go from being new to contributing code to production in a really timely fashion. Not because we want to get maximum value from them, which of course we do, but because we want them to have an experience that allows them to learn everything they need to know about AppFire as quickly as possible so that they begin contributing, begin feeling like part of the team, begin feeling like they're adding value and that this is a place that they can call home. And we do that by making sure that those basic building blocks are easily accessible, well documented, and available to you with someone who can support you should you hit any bump in the road. The post-hire process is that time after the employee's been onboarded, they understand how to develop software here at AppFire. They're in all the systems and they're productively contributing code during one of the sprints, right? So they've made it to the point where they're contributing to production. In a way, it's a virtuous cycle. So yes, you onboarded someone, they went through a developer experience, but that developer experience doesn't end once they know how to work within the constraints of our system. It's ever ongoing. So here, we want to be able to have a framework in which we can measure the contribution, productivity, quality of a person's work, help them grow as an individual, and then, as we said earlier, liberate them so they have the maximum autonomy possible. We do that by offering training as part of their process here at AppFire, giving them feedback and providing lateral or upward opportunities so they can move across teams. We also give them increasing agency, autonomy, and freedom. So they're not learning how to use the CI/CD process, and they're not learning how to check in code, and they're not learning the PDLC or the SDLC. They've mastered all of that. What we're helping them do during this phase is to continue to do that better and better and better so that they are producing more and more and more, get greater job satisfaction, and just have the opportunity to make the most of their experience at AppFire and really put the outcome of that experience in their hands. During this time, we also will engage them to fix anything that was wrong or didn't go well or should be added to that developer experience. So every individual person here adds to it in some way. A very simple example is, as you develop feature set and you change architecture and you build new modules, you document those modules in Confluence for your team and for future team members so that they understand how to use it. So developer experience never ends. It's always ongoing. It matures, it changes, and you as the individual contribute back for the next person in line who joins the company as a brand new employee so that they can go through a seamless, high quality, fast-paced, productive developer experience. You are always contributing. You are always part of the process. You are always growing the base that everyone, the foundation, I guess is a better word, the foundation that every other developer will stand on. All right, that is it. That is my presentation. Hopefully you found some portion of it useful, that it spurred some thinking, gave you a new idea of some kind, made you think about something in a new way or think about something for the first time. I really do appreciate your time today. We did not get to meet in person since it's virtual, but I really do hope that there was some nugget of value in the presentation and that you found it worth the time that you gave.
There are so many different developer environments. When you're looking at, productivity on like your own work machine, for example, and you're going to start working with something new, there's 100 ways it can go wrong. You're going to be reading the README and you're going to run the install script and it's not going to work. Right. And the green flag is when it inevitably fails somewhere in the setup steps. Do you get an error that, it tells you exactly what you probably need to do to fix it? Or is it like you're reading the README and it's like, if you get this error, it means you need to set this environment variable. You need to install this dependency because they've been through it before. That gives me confidence in the rest of the project going forward is, okay, I can depend on this because I know that right from the start, I can solve a problem easily without running this up.
Dark mode. Yeah, no. It's just really having the tools to be most effective. So make sure you have what you need. A lot of places don't. We take that for granted. Good DevEx is kind of hard to find. There's always developers and teams out there that are just like itching for something new, build something new tools that will just help them build better products.
I would say context. AI has a lot of power to take in a lot more data than any person might be able to in a given moment, and being able to present the right contextual actions and again, kind of just surface the right thing at the right time.
Onboarding can definitely be tricky, so thanks for those tips.
Next up, we'll hear from Keith about the latest and greatest with GitLens 16.
I'm here today with the one and the only Keith Daulton from the GitLens team. Keith is going to be walking us through some awesome new features of GitLens 16, which recently just released, and he's going to be telling us how to supercharge our workflows today. I'm Melise Michael, and I'm part of the GitLens team on the product marketing side, and we are going to jump in it with Keith with some awesome discoveries about GitLens. All right, Keith, first question. Can you briefly introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your role at GitLens?
I'm a principal software engineer at GitKraken for the last 2.5 years. I started off as developer number 2 after the mighty Eric Amodio, who founded the GitLens product. So I've been a user of, I guess you could call me an OG user of GitLens. I started using it at its very early point, and I think what's really attracted me to GitLens is, it really simplifies getting insights out of Git. It brings information from Git right where I'm working. It's been a tool to really help, simplify that process and take some of the more difficult aspects of running things from the command line and doing more complex operations in Git way simpler. And yeah.
Nice. All right, Keith. Well, that's all awesome. Let's jump into some more of the latest stuff with GitLens in GitLens 16. Now, GitLens 16, from what I've seen, is loaded with brand new, features, consolidation of features, things that make it, massive improvements to not only the user experience in general and even the first-time user experience, but actually the product itself it's been overall polished and enhanced, right, with some really great stuff. Let's jump into the first one, which I gotta say, I'm looking at it right now, the new home view. Let's start with that. And what was the idea behind the new home view? And maybe you can showcase some of the home view so developers can see how it helps organize their workflows more efficiently.
Absolutely. So up top here, we have, just that part specifically, what you're currently working on. And then below that, we have the Launchpad section, which if you've been familiar with the Launchpad in the bottom of your activity bar, it is now also a little more present here in your home view. And then also, it's important to not know just what you're working on, but what you have been. So we now have this recent section that covers like your recent branches, more specifically, circling around rising up, more relevancy than just branches, but like, are they in a work tree? Are they related to a pull request? Also bringing actions right from home to be able to dive right into these different things.
So if you click on any of those, does it open Launchpad?
Yes. So if I were to click on the requests that need review, it'll pop open our Launchpad panel directly to the needs your review section. So yeah, just rising up those items that you may want to take action on in a more priority manner.
Start work. Can you explain that start work feature and how that simplifies tasks, maybe like creating branches or selecting issues?
Sure. So, right. So, a lot of Launchpad centers around pull requests, but if you want to get started on work, that's going to be, like you said,
oh wow,
taking a look at the issues that are open. So kind of similar to how you would just click the Launchpad, you're going to click start work. And so if you do want to start with an issue, you can select that, or if you don't have a particular issue, you can just create a new branch or work tree. In this case, I want to go and start through my issues. So in my case, GitLens being an open source project, we have our issues on GitHub. So popping open here is a list of my issues that are from GitLens in GitHub. So let's take, for instance, showing autolinks, for instance. So open it on GitHub directly. But if I'm ready to just get started, I can click this link and it takes me into a create branch workflow. It'll ask me where I want to base my new branch from. In this case, I'll just say main. So I'll go ahead and click that. And then we'll go ahead and use that issue information to kind of jumpstart creating your branch names. So this works fine for me, so I don't need to do anything, and I can just simply hit the enter button. And I'm immediately have a new work tree created. So it doesn't switch, the context from my current tasks on my primary work tree, on my default work tree. And I already have a branch created, so I can just start working right away. And switch right back to it, and I'm right back to my main branch. And you can see that I have the newly created branch right here in my recent list. So it's really easy to just jump back and forth. And I don't have to try and remember what was that branch name, because it's right here in my recent actions. So it's just easier than having to go back and dig through a list of branch names like you typically would today.
Let's jump into the consolidated source control, right? That is new in GitLens 16.
Within VS Code source control side panel, as you can see here today, most folks have had all these different views here in your source control sidebar. And, in order to consolidate just kind of the noise of having so many of these panels, most developers maybe generally only have about one of these open at a time, whether it's stashes or branches. And so we've gone ahead and created a singular view that encapsulates all of those previous separated views. And now they're just little tabs across the top of this. And so now you can see just as you did before, your commits and branches and things like that you're normally accustomed to. They're just now simplified visually in one view, maybe kind of removing some of the visual noise and just making things easier to work from.
And that brings me to one other thing. We can never forget about it. The beautiful and elegant commit graph. I think I read the release notes correctly, and it has evolved in GitLens 16 too, right? There's some new improvements to it, I believe.
The commit graph panel. This is actually one of my personal favorite features. And so today, we have this awesome search feature in our graph. So if I just want to go through and, narrow down commits in here, you'll notice there's a lot of gap between the actual found search items and there's a lot of dimmed ones that don't match the search. Well, this can get noisy and hard to follow sometimes. Like in this case, right, you have a big jump between these different found items, right? So one way to kind of reduce that need to jump up and down large distances within the graph is to just click next to the search box. We have this filter commits button. So when we click that, all the items that are normally dimmed, we just hide them entirely. And so now your search results are just focused in right here in your face. So, you're not having to lose cue of where you're at through the Git history, and you can just quickly jump through exactly what you're looking for.
That's definitely an improvement. I've had a few times where I'm looking for a specific, commit, and I'm using the keyboard up and down to go all the way back, a month, 2 months. I'm like, oh my God, this is, yeah. So this is fantastic. Devs want to do things that help them engage with their Git history. Okay, that's known. But the other things that they want to do are accelerating PR reviews, right? And streamlining collaboration and having not just code history, but interactive code history that has actionable capabilities, right?
So there's a few things that we can go through. I feel like that gives us a lot more insight while we're working. So the first one you'll see here, I have my cursor on a line, and that gives us our inline blame feature. So it'll hint towards the last change on this line. And so the great thing about it is if you don't have your mouse handy, you can just mouse through, and that tails along the side. And then to extend, that kind of inline blame, so you can hover over it, and so you'll get this hover box, which gives you more than just the really high level who did it when and the description. Now we can dive in and get things like the SHA and actions to look at the changes more specifically to this commit and things like that. And then also, if you still don't want to use your mouse to get this type of information, we also have what's called the inspect view. So in GitLens inspect, it works similar to inline blame in that it focuses on the information you have active on a line, except that hover type information is expanded here omnipresently. So it's kind of like that perpetual hover of a sorts, with some additional details as well in terms of files changed and things like that. Another nifty feature, kind of in that same wheelhouse of just augmenting the code that you're working within, is the GitLens feature. So it hints towards who's worked on what and when for a block of code rather than a singular line of code. So in the case of this function, I can click on this, I can see who worked on that, and I can be able to jump into different actions to dive into other areas. So in this case, let's jump into the commit graph.
If you open that commit graph again, there is contextual menus too on top of that, right? That have even more actions.
Absolutely. So you'll see there's some of these similar hovers like the inline blame has also in here. So you get some more of that in-depth information. And in addition, the commit graph also has its own inspect as well, just further digging into that information. And as well, you can right click on these lines, and there's a ton of actions here as well.
One of the things we heard a lot of feedback on was the ability of GitLens to streamline collaboration. What are some tools in GitLens that kind of do that you could showcase for us?
One that really has been very helpful is being able to do code reviews, from PRs and things like that. So, and making suggestions, that kind of thing. So, let's take a PR here from Launchpad that needs my review. So from my home in the Launchpad section, I went ahead and clicked this pull request that need my review. and I have this PR right here. So I'm going to go ahead and click that. So yeah, it says I haven't made any reviews yet. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to this, and I'm going to start code suggestions. So I'm going to head and click this action here. And I already have the local branch, and I'm going to open it in work tree. And I have all of the changes here in this change set. Let me just get this out of the way so we can see immediately after opening the work tree, I get the multi-diff of all of the changes from the pull request. So I'm going to just scroll down. We can look through just a high level here. And so we have this timeout function. I'm just going to suggest we set a time in the timeout. So I'm going to go open this file directly and jump down to here. So I'm just going to set a timeout of 100 milliseconds. So now we can see we have some new working changes here in the inspect view. And so when you have a PR open, which you can see here and here, in the inspect view, we expose the ability to suggest changes for this PR. So when I click that, we will now get a new panel down below that I can go ahead and save this suggestion for my review. I'm just going to say update reset timeout. And then I can go ahead and create this code suggestion.
Nice.
All right. So now I can view this code suggestion, which now shows up as a cloud patch that you can go ahead and review. You can also, you can also view this on GitKraken .dev as well. And, you can copy the link to this to be able to do that, to send it to others, be it the person who opened the PR, or if you need to send this link to someone else who may not have access to your code base, but just wants to have a high level of what's going on, you can communicate, your code suggestions through a web link as well.
Now, AI is a hot topic. And one of the things I want to ask you, Keith, is how is it being implemented in GitLens? How's it working in GitLens? Are we expanding support with AI? Have we looked into other things like Cursor, Copilot? Kind of like, how do you see AI shaping the developer productivity in GitLens?
Sure. So there's a couple areas I think that have been opportunities for us to leverage Gen AI within the context of GitLens. And I think one of them that has been pretty interesting is the ability to take a set of changes and kind of get a summary of that. And the way we kind of do that is through what we call the explain panel. So we have this in a couple different spots, but I'll go ahead and show you from inspect view the explain feature. So I've opened some different changes, like I'm encountering example, like I'm working within this file, and then the inspect view is pulling up this set of changes here. So beyond just what this one file is doing, I want to get a larger overview of what's going on without necessarily reviewing everything up front first, line by line. So I'll just open the Explain AI panel, and I just simply click Explain Changes. In our case, we're using I'm using Copilot. I have Copilot installed. There's a direct connection to that provider. But now, if I wanted to switch models, I can just click Change AI Model, and as you can see, everything that is connected and available here. So more recently, we've added Hugging Face. We've added more Google and the latest models overall just recently. So there was a bunch. But you can see we have a lot of different options to hook into today. One other thing that you can do as well is if you have a set of changes, we have the ability to generate commit messages as well. So if I were to jump back to the situation of I want to make some code suggestions, right? So if I, kind of back to that same detail, I want to suggest a set timeout. I can go through here, suggest changes, and in our titles for these, we have the sparkly, it says generate title and description. So if I were to click that in the title, so we'll stop getting prompted for that.
Oh, wow.
And right away, this model is super fast. So as you can see, just went ahead and filled in the title and description of the change. So like in this case, I changed the set timeout. So it actually, stuck to the format that I actually use for the titling in GitLens. So fixes delayed context attribute and gives a little more description. So handy feature for quickly just getting a well-formed message.
Nice. Awesome. Well, thank you, Keith. And if you want to learn more about GitLens and stay up to date on our future developments and developments that are happening now, make sure to follow us on the GitLens socials and the GitLens discussions on GitHub. All right. Thanks so much, GitKon viewers.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Keith, for helping folks get the most out of GitLens and VS Code.
We all know that code tells a story, but how do you communicate that effectively to the rest of your team? Jason from Sandia National Laboratories will tell us more.
Howdy, folks. Jason Gates here, coming to you from sunny Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm a senior member of the technical staff over here at Sandia National Laboratories. I started programming way back in middle school, and over the years, my focus has shifted from physics to math to automation and so on. But these days, I mostly help a handful of scientific teams improve their software engineering practices in a whole variety of ways. My passion is to help you do the amazing work you already do, but do it better, more efficiently, more joyfully. And that's the motivation for our talk today. This talk is for all the book nerds out there. Brownie points if you recognize all 14 literary references. I'm assuming, since you're here at GitKon, that you're already using Git for version control. If that's the case, then my message to all of you is that you're all storytellers in a way that perhaps you hadn't realized yet. What do I mean by that? Humans use language to communicate with one another. Clearly, I'm using English to communicate with you now, but if we were off at a software engineering event in Germany, dann würden wir Deutsch miteinander sprechen. Regardless of the language used, you also need a communication medium. And when it comes to the written word, various media have been used over time. In some cases, it was clay tablets, and others, rolls of vellum. I grew up in Egypt in the 90s, which kids these days might call ancient Egypt. So I'm familiar with papyrus, but eventually we got around to books and then film and then the internet and then pre-recorded videos at virtual conferences. Part of being human is we're storytellers by nature. So we use these various media to tell our stories. Sometimes it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Others, it's in a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit. And still others, it's once upon a time a band of intrepid researchers did the science and produced the pretty plots and lived to publish another day. Hopefully. Why am I saying all of this? Because software too is a communication medium, from you to your team, from you to your future self, and we use it to tell the story of how a particular cast of characters in a certain setting set out on a journey to solve their problems together. You see, code is read much more often than it's written, and then understanding the code means developing a mental model to make sense of it. My contention to you is that the repository history lends structure to that mental model. Without the history, looking at the code and trying to make sense of it is kind of like being plopped down in a boat next to Odysseus on his way home from Troy, but without any of the backstory. You can learn a little about him and his companions, but you're missing all the details of their lives up until this point. Why they fought in the Trojan War, and their motivations and frustrations as they're trying to make it back to Ithaca, and so on. Let me translate this back to software. How many of you have been reading a piece of code and wind up thinking, what on earth? This doesn't make any sense. Why would they do such a thing? I'm just going to change it. To this, G.K. Chesterton would reply, if you don't see the use of it, I certainly won't let you clear it away. Go away and think. And then when you can come back and tell me that you do see the use of it, I may allow you to destroy it. Without a repository history that tells a coherent narrative, it'll be difficult to make well-informed decisions when you start interacting with the code. So how do you actually do the thing, though? How do you use Git to tell a good story? Well, to go into all the details, we'd be here all day, but let me at least give you a high-level view of what it takes. Unless you're C.S. Lewis, penning The Voyage of the Dawn Treader, which was apparently written in a white heat of inspiration and required minimal editing, sitting down to write a story usually starts with pre-writing. This is where you sketch out the major plot points and the overall story arc. In terms of software development, this means planning out your work before actually doing it. I know. In the software world, our work is often exploratory. We just don't know where we're going until we get there. I'll come back to that, but I guarantee you, regardless of your context, that this is a skill you can further develop. Open an issue and just start jotting down what you think will be needed. And then dive into the code and start poking around, but don't touch anything yet. At this stage, you're just getting a feel for the work that'll likely be required and taking notes in the issue as you go. If your team values it, start assigning time or complexity estimates to the different subtasks. And then when you think you have things mapped out reasonably well, invite your colleagues to chime in. This is like Rick Castle workshopping his book ideas with Cannell, Conley, and Patterson over a game of poker. Your story will improve with the feedback of your fellow authors. But nothing ever goes according to plan. Are you kidding me? I know. But Winston Churchill would remind you that plans are of little importance, but planning is essential. Once you dive into doing the work, good storytelling involves good Git hygiene. Really? We're going to talk about showering and brushing our teeth now? Well, in a manner of speaking, yes. Here are some practices I want you to keep in mind while doing your development. The first is to make atomic commits. What on earth are those? It's like taking a single responsibility principle of object-oriented design and applying it to the commits you make. This means any given commit should do only one thing and do it well. It should probably be small enough such that the diff is easy to reason through at a glance. There are definitely exceptions here, but keep in mind, if you give a person a 10-line diff, he'll find 10 problems. If you give him a 1,000-line diff, he'll say, looks good to me. For your own protection, your atomic commits should also probably include a comprehensive and passing test suite. This kind of attention to detail makes finding and addressing bugs substantially easier. And problems will pop up. There's no getting away from that. But the shorter the fire drill, the better it is for everyone's sanity. Next, you'll want to adopt the conventional commit specification. This is a way to add semantic meaning to your commits by classifying them according to their type. For instance, build, chore, CI, docs, features, etc. Is anyone out there a Brandon Sanderson fan? One of my favorite aspects of his Stormlight Archive books is each chapter is told from the perspective of one of the main characters. And at the beginning of each chapter is a little symbol indicating which character is the focus. When you read the history of a repository using conventional commits, it's kind of like reading a Stormlight novel in that the commit type gives you an idea of what this next part in the story is going to be about before you even get into it. If a developer's confused about a line of code and their IDE gives them a little tooltip with the latest commit that touched it, you have a really quick indication of how this change fits into the broader narrative. Oh, I see. It's part of that feature addition, for instance. You'll also want to take the time to craft high-quality commit messages. Oftentimes when people talk about good commit messages, they're thinking in terms of style, things like capitalization, line wrapping, maybe usage of markdown syntax or imperative voice, and so on. The only thing I'll say here is your team should pick a standard and automatically enforce it, so no one has to worry about it ever again. The stylistic details are important. Without consistency, it's like reading a book with a bunch of different authors, which is a jarring experience. But more importantly, you want to use your commit messages to explain the change. Give me the who, what, when, where, why, and how. We'll revisit this from another perspective in just a moment, but before we leave commit messages, let me also encourage you to make them easy to search. Instead of, I fixed a bug in some component, include relevant details from the code. Names of files, classes, functions, variables, etc., along with any error messages you ran into. And then when future you runs into a problem, you'll be able to find how you solved it last time much more easily. Finally, in both the code you write and the commit messages you author, you want to focus on educating future readers. This is admittedly hard to do for authors across the board, not just in software. I was reading a book this past year written by R.L. Dabney back in 1882. He was writing about detrimental changes that have been taking place in the American culture in the decades prior, and he frequently made comments along the lines of, you know the way things used to be. And here I was 140 years later saying, no, I don't, because you didn't give me any details. It's far too easy to only think of the audience that's immediately in front of you. Yourself, or perhaps your team, at least as it's comprised at the moment. But if you can write for someone reading the history in the future, with a different background, different experiences, in a different setting, that's really one of the best gifts you can give your future collaborators. Now, I'd be lying if I told you this sort of focus on Git hygiene comes naturally. Benjamin Disraeli, British Prime Minister, poet, and novelist, once said, "Cleanliness and order are not matters of instinct, they're matters of education. And like most great things, you must cultivate a taste for them." I submit to you that it'll be worthwhile for you individually and for all of us within this software engineering culture to develop such tastes. Now, let's move away from individual commits for a bit and head back through time to your language arts class in grade school. Do you remember what you learned about story arcs? You start off with some initial exposition where you lay out the setting and the cast of characters. Then there's an inciting incident which triggers the rising action until you finally reach the climax. And then after that, there's the falling action down to the denouement. Okay. What on earth does any of this have to do with software development? Well, I want you to craft your pull requests with this story arc in mind. What do I mean by that? Oftentimes we'll skip over the initial exposition because the inciting incident is what triggers the work that needs to be done. It's the feature request or the bug report that gets assigned to you. The rising action, then, is all the work you do along the way to addressing the need, which is the climax. You squashed the bug or you provided the feature, whatever it was. The falling action and denouement are then everything that you do to leave things in a good state. Any refactoring that might be beneficial, making sure you have good test coverage for everything you touched, maybe even setting the stage for future changes, things like that. Don't just tell us you did the thing, tell us the story. What does this look like? Well, it'll be different for every pull request, naturally, but I think this kind of storytelling tends to play out in two main ways. In the first case, you have one or more commits in each of the phases of the story arc. For instance, I get a request to extend the code in some way, but when I dive in, I see that it'll be beneficial to refactor things to make the implementation more generic first. So I create a few refactor commits as part of the rising action. Then, when the code is ready for it, I can actually add the new functionality for the climax. If I'm not using test-driven development, then I really need to make sure I add some commits to ensure that the test suite covers my changes. And then at that point, my pull request should be ready for review. On the other hand, sometimes changes are much smaller, particularly bug fixes. In those cases, you may only have a single commit, but you still need to explain why the small change was necessary. I remember in one case, I think I had a 2-line change to fix a particularly nasty bug, but then it was like a 60-line commit message to go through all the details of how it was dormant in the code for so long and what finally triggered it and how we went about debugging and finally found the offending lines and then how ridiculously simple the solution was once we understood it. 2 lines, 1 commit, but there's still a story to tell. And as you're telling it, always remember the human element. You're not just communicating with the computer, you're communicating with other human beings who have their own frustrations, their own time pressures. It takes a little more effort on your part in the moment, but it makes a world of a difference for all of them. After your PR has been reviewed and approved, it's finally time to merge. Most Git hosting services provide a few different merge strategies, the most common of which are merge, squash, and fast forward. In the squash case, all of your commits will be squashed down into a single commit, which negates everything we've said about using conventional commits and structuring your branch such that it tells a coherent narrative. In the fast forward case, all of your commits will wind up on the default branch, but you don't have the merge commits for chapter markers to better understand the flow of the broader narrative. For these reasons, I much prefer the merge strategy, and it also helps when you're looking at the history visually with a tool like GitKraken, because then you can see the different parts of the story developing alongside each other. That is, you get to see that while Merry and Pippin are working with Treebeard, Aragorn and company are trying to convince Rohan that war is upon them, and then Frodo and Sam are being held hostage by Faramir. Shoot. Now I want to go develop a repo where the history shows the timeline of the Lord of the Rings. Save that for another day. All right, at this point, you might be frustrated by a glaring assumption that undergirds everything I've said thus far. That you always do everything perfectly the first time. You know that's not reality. So what do? Are we sunk? In order to pull all of this off, you need to get really comfortable rewriting history, even public history. Wait a second. How do you rewrite public history without having to go into witness protection afterward? Okay, before anyone revolts, let me clarify that I'm only talking about rewriting the history of feature branches, those being used by you and a handful of collaborators and reviewers for a relatively short time to get some changes into the default branch. If that group is cool with it, then you should be able to safely do all of the following. You can amend the last commit to include more details in the commit message. You can use interactive rebase to split, merge, and reorder the commits so that you're telling a narrative and it makes more sense. Sometimes feature branches live longer than expected because, the work's a lot more involved than you originally thought. As you're doing the work, you want to periodically ask yourself which of these changes are specific to the issue I'm working on and which of them are unrelated, but I just happened to come across them while I was working on the branch. In such cases, you can use things like rebase and cherry pick to subdivide feature branches so you can get changes merged in sooner rather than later. As we start to wind down the talk here, I'm sure there are a number of concerns that have popped into your head over the last few minutes. What if I'm not a Git foo master? That's okay. You can learn. And improving your Git expertise is part of your professional development. If you are the local Git guru, you can help others on your team improve their Git practices. What if I mess up? Don't worry about it. Treat it as a learning opportunity. The Git history isn't sacred. I'm just saying that where you can be better, it's worth your while, but nobody's perfect. Won't this just slow me down? In the near term, as you adjust to a new habit, yes. In the long term, it'll accelerate both you and your team. I guarantee you'll eventually get to the point where all of this comes so naturally you hardly even think about it. Okay, well, how can I remember all of this? Don't. Use a selection of IDE plugins, pre-commit hooks, and CI jobs to automate yourself into a software ninja. For whatever can't be automated, update your contributing guidelines to make checking these things part of your regular PR review process. Okay, but what if the rest of my team doesn't buy in? I mean, after all, the story isn't just being written by me, it's being written by all of us. That's okay. You only have control over yourself, so do all things to the best of your abilities and look forward to the day when others see the value in it. Okay, do you do all of this all the time? No. I'll freely admit that I break all the rules I just laid out for you multiple times a day. My most frequent commit message is just debugging. Does all of this matter if I'm just fixing a typo in the docs? No. Experience brings wisdom, and as you grow, you'll get a feel for when to bend the rules or even ignore them completely. At this point, you may be feeling a bit defeated, thinking all of this sounds like far too much hard work. The most important words a man can say are, "I will do better." A journey will have pain and failure. I have found that the most important step a person can take is always the next one. And taking the next step of starting to cultivate these habits is absolutely necessary if you ever want to progress from Hulk smash bug to once there were 4 children whose names were Peter, Susan, Edmund, and Lucy.
Nicely done. Readability of code is a passion of mine.
Definitely, it's super important. Now we'll hear from Alex at tomorrow.io about how tools like Git and GitKraken's DevEx platform help them launch their code into space.
Hello, my name is Alex Theg, and I'm a founding software engineer in the Space and Sensors division at tomorrow.io. It's a privilege to speak to you all here at GitKon about launching software into space and how we're transforming global weather forecasting. At tomorrow.io, we're on a mission that's as bold as it is impactful to empower actionable weather insights from space. By building and deploying space-based data systems, we're helping countries, businesses, and individuals manage all kinds of weather-related challenges with unprecedented accuracy and immediacy. Today, I'd like to take you deeper into the software that helps make this mission possible by focusing on 2 of our key satellite programs, Pathfinder and Sounders. Together, these satellites enable us to capture and deliver high-quality data that supports tomorrow.io's mission to empower actionable weather insights. Pathfinder is our active Ka-band radar satellite designed to collect data on atmospheric and environmental conditions. My work on Pathfinder has centered around developing and refining the code that controls and optimizes this data collection process. This includes everything from managing the timing of radar pulses to adjusting parameters in real time, ensuring we gather high-quality data with maximum efficiency. Sounders, meanwhile, is our passive microwave radar focused on capturing natural radiation to image important environmental data on Earth. Here, I've been part of the team responsible for downlinking data, writing code that ensures information is packaged and prioritized for our incredible science team to process. This software was carefully optimized to handle the limited bandwidth and communication windows available in space operations. The first part of our session today will focus on the software that enables precise control over Pathfinder's data collection in space. Let's take a closer look at how we manage data control and collection for Pathfinder and the unique challenges of operating a software-defined radar remotely. Pathfinder is equipped with Arena, our proprietary cutting-edge software-defined radar. Arena itself is responsible for the autonomous collection of data, adapting in real time to gather crucial atmospheric and environmental information from space. This advanced hardware operates independently, making it a powerful tool that sets us apart as leaders in the industry. Our software plays a vital role in configuring and controlling the Arena. We write code that allows us to adjust radar parameters on the fly, setting the Arena up for each mission by fine-tuning its pulse timing, setting collection parameters, and adapting configurations based on the mission's needs. In addition to collecting radar data, the system also gathers telemetry data, which provides crucial information on the health and performance of both the radar system and the satellite overall. This combination of Arena's autonomous capabilities and our software's precise configurations allows Pathfinder to deliver consistently high-quality radar data along with vital telemetry information, meeting tomorrow's mission for actionable weather insights across the globe. With this strong foundation in data collection, the next step is ensuring that the data is effectively transmitted back to Earth. While Pathfinder and Sounders both collect and downlink data, in this next section, I'll be highlighting how we handle downlinking for Sounders. After Sounders collects radar and environmental data in space, it's transmitted down to Earth through a network of ground stations. These stations capture the data during scheduled communication windows, allowing us to efficiently transfer large volumes of radar and environmental information within those limited time frames. In addition to the radar data, the downlink also includes telemetry information. This telemetry data is essential for monitoring the data and operational status of the satellite, as well as ensuring the quality of the radar data itself. Together, the radar and telemetry data form a complete picture that helps us verify and maximize the reliability of the information that we're collecting. Once the data reaches the ground, it enters a processing chain designed and created by myself and other talented engineers here at Tomorrow I.O. This chain is structured to handle the data effectively, preparing and distributing it for analysis. From there, the data is processed into standardized weather products by our data science team. Our software's role in this downlinking and processing stage is to manage formatting, organizing, and encryption of data from satellite to scientist. This ensures that every piece of information, from radar measurements to telemetry data, reaches the ground in a ready-to-use format, perfectly aligned for the next steps of the processing chain. Ultimately, this entire system, from downlinking to processing, enables us to deliver data that supports Tomorrow I.O.'s mission of actionable weather intelligence worldwide. Developing software for space applications brings a unique set of challenges, and it's in overcoming these challenges that we've seen some of our greatest successes. One of the biggest challenges we faced was expanding functionality within a legacy code base, Arena's software, which is about 15 years old and hundreds of thousands of lines deep. Anyone who's inherited a legacy code base will agree. Efforts at extending or refactoring will be difficult. With our lean team of engineers, we were able to both improve and extend this existing codebase to meet the specific requirements of the Pathfinder project, rather than assume the risk and overhead of building something new from the ground up. To make things even more complex, the Arena codebase wasn't even initially managed in Git. It was originally managed through a repository version control tool called Subversion. I vividly remember this migration where I performed a three-way merge between a cutoff revision in Subversion, a first cut of Git, and another branch under active development. This meant manually combing through hundreds of thousands of lines by hand to reconcile changes, all in an active development environment. Maintaining Git commit versioning was paramount during this process, and GitKraken's visualization of the commit history was absolutely crucial. It gave me the clarity I needed to carefully track changes and complete the migration successfully. Another challenge was maintaining compatibility between new developments for space applications and existing Arena deployments for customers. As we developed specialized features for Pathfinder, it was essential that these changes did not disrupt the product's stability or functionality for existing clients. GitKraken once again played an important role here, allowing us to visualize and manage the branch structure so we could maintain a stable version for existing customers while branching out for space-specific modifications. This clear structure helped us compartmentalize changes, ensuring that both branches of the code met their respective needs. Successfully navigating these challenges allowed us to create a version of Arena that could support our goals in space without sacrificing the integrity of the product for existing customers, marking a significant accomplishment in terms of flexibility and adaptability. In a project as complex and distributed as this, efficient collaboration and version control are essential. This is where Git and GitKraken come into play. With a team spread across various locations and disciplines, ranging from engineers to scientists, Git has been fundamental in managing our codebase. GitKraken in particular has provided a powerful interface that allows us to visualize and manage our branches, making collaboration smoother and more efficient. Using GitKraken, we're able to track changes, handle merge conflicts, and maintain a clear history of every update to the code. This has been invaluable when working on high-stakes features, as it ensures that all team members are aligned and that each update integrates seamlessly with the larger system. In essence, GitKraken allows us to build and refine our software with confidence, even when we're dealing with complex concurrent development. This toolset has been crucial in our success, allowing us to synchronize contributions from various teams and maintain the rigorous standards required for space-based software. At Tomorrow I.O., the work we do with software development goes far beyond just writing lines of code. The true purpose of our software is to create a lasting impact by transforming complex data into actionable insights that serve a diverse audience. To illustrate, let's look at some of the data our software helps process. Here's an example of radar precipitation data from our Pathfinder satellites. This plot is one of the first of many near real-time scans of precipitation and atmospheric profiles of weather patterns, enhancing forecasting accuracy for any point on Earth. Our code is designed to handle vast amounts of data like this efficiently, ensuring it reaches end users in a format that's easy to interpret and act on through our software as a service and data as a service platforms. Next, we have a data set from our Sounder satellites, which captured critical information during Hurricane Helene this past September. Our data pipeline ensures that this data flows smoothly from space to our processing chain, where it's transformed into insights that aid regions in responding to severe storms. But ultimately, coding is just the tool. The goal is to make a real-world difference for our customers, which includes everyone from Fortune 500 companies to local businesses and governments. And through our nonprofit initiative, Tomorrow Now, we're also able to help communities in need, such as farmers in Africa. By providing precise weather insights, we empower these farmers to plant and harvest their crops at optimal times, helping to prevent catastrophic losses due to the lack of access to weather forecasts. In the end, our work in software development is about more than just technology. It's about creating a resilient world where people can make informed decisions based on reliable, timely weather data. This impact-driven approach is what makes our work truly meaningful. To wrap up, I hope this presentation has given you a deeper look into the work we're doing at Tomorrow I.O. and the role software plays in our mission. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Really cool to hear about the exciting stuff going on at Tomorrow I.O.
PR review is something that every organization struggles with. Jeff will tell us how GitKraken's automations can make the process less painful.
Hi, how are you? My name is Jeff Schinella. I'm a product director at GitKraken. Today, I'm going to talk about optimizing review workflows with automations. We really think there's some useful tips and tricks that teams can use to help just speed up, make things safer, more efficient with automations around your pull request workflow. So with that, I'll get started. For those who are just not familiar with it, to set some context, a little bit of housekeeping. When I say pull request, if you're using GitLab, obviously that means merge request. It's any sort of change that your team might be making to your Git provider or hosting provider. Most of us are familiar with GitHub's flow. I'll be having some examples and referring to them as pull requests for this talk, but they all have similar review options and similar things as far as what you and your team need to do to get code merged into the sort of main branches of your repositories. The general idea, obviously, is that the faster that we can get our changes merged and in a safe manner, the faster we add value to our app, to our business, to the things we're working on. So during this talk, you'll see some screenshots of what we have planned for GitKraken automations to help illustrate some of the ideas behind it. And as a sort of aside, I did use ChatGPT to generate the copyright-free versions of popular memes. And we'll be looking at some of those and probably being creeped out by a few of them. So with that, let's talk about our first review challenge that teams face. Typically, one of the challenges that can come up when deciding, who to assign a pull request is the idea of ownership, right, or expertise in a particular area of the code base. Who should review this PR? How many reviewers should be here? Are the people still around? All these questions can kind of arise with this type of, challenge as far as it goes. There are code ownership features available in a lot of the Git hosting providers. I think GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket all have this. With Azure, you can, use some sort of, I think, branch policies that mimic the behavior. And the code owners features are great, but they can be a little bit inflexible. There are some ways we can enhance that particular behavior in the case of GitHub and maybe other ones as well, because they are kind of limited to this file folder or file type assignment, right? And they are sort of specified with the repo. Some teams typically experience pain with, the idea of overlapping ownership, right? If you have large files that are typically managed by multiple teams or multiple individuals on your team, sometimes if you're using the code owners thing and you're detecting that file change, you can get 2 or 3 people assigned to the review who may or may not really be the expert in the particular area of that file you want. Some teams work with different branching environments, and maybe you have different people reviewing on a dev branch versus on a production branch. There's quite a few different scenarios that could come up where the typical code ownership features available in GitHub, for example, might not be enough. And of course, the Lord of the Rings meme, one does not simply, not a bad job. Viggo Mortensen likeness, I'll give it like a B, not too bad. So what can you do about code ownership, this challenge with code ownership? Well, with automations, and you might even be able to get some of these, like I said, with GitHub Actions or with other, scripting tools or custom solutions you have. But with code ownership, you could assign a reviewer to any PR based on like the actual code changes or the file changes, not just language type files or folders. It can be more granular in that it allows for conditional logic. So some examples of what I mean by this, I mentioned it is limited to repo, folders, file types, that type of thing for the standard code ownership features. In this particular example, we can detect the actual code change itself and have some wildcard matching involved, right? If there's somebody on your team who's the payment expert, right? If it touches this payment function, we can go ahead and assign a particular person based on that match of the change set. We can even look at the labels on the PR, and a lot of teams, if you have this built-in workflow where you're touching the payment code, even though you may not be touching a specific function, those labels can be applied. And then you can go ahead and have particular reviewers assigned to senior dev. We can surface the visibility of that change with adding different labels. And you can even run tests to, sort of increase the stability that you might have. So you can run these tests separately from, the standard tests or checks that might run by triggering them based on these types of detections. So super helpful. You can see there's also some conditional logic available. You can match things with any or all. And there's a lot of flexibility when making decisions about who to assign the PR, not just based off of, your standard set of files, folders, or, language type. So the next challenge that can come up is complexity. Obviously, this is pretty straightforward, right? If your PR is really big or really complex, it's going to add time to review that PR. The more code to review, the more time needed to review it. You often wind up bringing in like additional reviewers because it's so big, it might touch areas of the code where that expertise, as we mentioned before, is not particularly encapsulated with one person. You definitely need more time to understand the changes, right? As a reviewer, you're coming in and you're looking at 10, 20 files being changed, and it takes a while to sort of ramp up into what's happening, especially if the description's not clear cut or there's not an attached Jira issue. It takes more review cycles, which extends that time, right? And that's sort of that dependency game of whack-a-mole where you might come in and see this crazy long PR review, maybe leave some feedback, the feedback's addressed. Oh, and now that feedback's addressed, hey, guess what? There's another review cycle, have to make sure everything works. And, it kind of goes on and snowballs into that sort of effect. And then there's increased risk, obviously, of downstream, of unforeseen downstream effects with larger code-based changes like that. And then lastly, but pretty important still, there's this idea of review fatigue. Somebody who comes in to review a PR, sees it's 10,000 lines or whatever it is, has an hour or two, looks at it, leaves some feedback, and then, they're tired or they go out for the day. And that leaves just a big opportunity for them to forget about that change or get distracted with something else, a priority that comes up, a different review or another ask from someone else on the team. So these are all things that can sort of affect that. This particular, the 2-button meme, impossible choice. Not really a good job with the text. I'm not really sure what it was trying to do. Request changes and approve and hope for the best. Not bad. Maybe a C plus. I don't know, just for the fact that it didn't really print that language right. But what can we do for PR size and complexity challenges? Well, we can trigger PRs, trigger automations that get posted when the PR itself change set goes beyond sort of an acceptable threshold, right? One thing to do is like increase that visibility. You can flag the PR with a label. If that PR, lines of code is greater than a certain value, you can see some of the examples that we're planning to have here are measuring in terms of lines of code, number of files, number of comments, possibly even number of commits. These are all sort of indicators that this pull request might be more complicated than other ones. Okay, teams can customize this. And even in the sense of, this type of automation rule, it applies not only to a specific repository, this might be a global one. So you can see maybe it's helpful to create this automation with sort of a wildcard repo selection. Like every repo in the org, this is one of those standard ones. Doesn't matter what team you're on, what project you're working on. We want to track that, type of monitoring for any repo that might have a change coming through. So it can be really useful in that regard, kind of going beyond that individual repo tracking for the code owner's file from GitHub. And as you can see, we can do some of those same actions, right? We can post a comment to the PR that just kind of lets the author know, they're making changes to a particular sensitive area. Or that their changes are, exceeding what, the team has accepted as a threshold. And it can all be very useful to, have that kind of workflow involved to protect against that complexity and identify some of these things sooner. Okay, next challenge. Wow, okay, that's kind of creepy. This is just Willy Wonka meme, which is interesting. It's ugly and weird, like a clown Willy Wonka. But what it's telling us is that, teams work hard to, they go through growing pains, they have best practices. It happens, right? Things get forgotten. New team members come on board. They don't have that context or that tribal knowledge. So we're always working hard to, find ways to, not make the same mistakes twice. And automations can help with that, right? It can be painful when something's missed in terms of what the PR is, forgetting to run the linter, forgot to add something in the description, there's lack of test coverage, or I didn't attach the JIRA ticket. These are all problems that teams face. And with PR automations, you can pretty easily just have this passive mechanism to post checklists, right? Checklists are super helpful. I think some of our teams use this. They have checklists to make sure that the devs, or at least are reminded of some of these practices, some of these things that, they've figured out from a while ago. So really, it's super helpful. You can check for coding guidelines and link to different Confluence docs or, APIs that reflect what, best practices the team has figured out. It's sort of a self-acknowledgement. I've done X, Y, and Z to go ahead and make, this particular PR as high quality as I can and avoid some of the previous mistakes our team has made. And we can even go as far as reminding them to attach the JIRA issue. So these checklists, they're native to GitHub. They're fully supporting the Markdown that GitHub supports. And they can even be tied into, the checks for the pull requests so that it won't get merged until somebody takes a proactive action and comes in here. Really useful too, sort of conditionally, if you kind of look, maybe we can check for missing descriptions, or if the reviewer is not assigned, we go ahead and we post these types of things or post comments to the author to remind them to go ahead and do that. Next challenge, Surprise Dog tells us, the higher impact code changes can have unforeseen downstream effects, right? Not all code changes are created equal. There's a higher degree of scrutiny for some areas of the code base versus others. This relates a lot to complexity. And there are more sensitive areas of your applications that can have downstream effects, not only for the app, but for the business, right? If payment fails or trial signup fails or that kind of thing, we don't want those things to happen. So Surprise dog meme, not too bad. I'll give that a B+. I like that one. Not as creepy as the last one. So what can you do to avoid higher impact code changes, or sorry, not avoid them, but to mitigate them and manage them? Well, we can flag them, right, for the team, help surface that visibility in a way that just calls better attention to it. So in this particular example, right, authentication typically tends to be a super important area of the code base. We can do some of that standard file path detection or file name detection. In this case, is it updating the auth area, or is it also updating the dependency, because dependencies updates can cause a lot of issues, both in terms of the functionality of the app, but also just the build or the testing suite, that kind of thing. So we'd love to be able to have some mechanisms in place to mitigate against these higher impact code changes, and obviously posting comments, adding labels about the sensitivity of the change and giving the right people, and as I mentioned before, running advanced testing against changes that affect a certain area. So you might not want to run the authentication tests for every change that a PR has, but only on the ones that show up with auth, or at least a more granular advanced testing suite for authentication beyond what might be a traditional smoke test on your app. So super helpful in that regard. And then of course, Grumpy Cat can't not have that. Not too bad. It's kind of cartoonish, but I like this one. I give it an A-. Another challenge that comes up is ignored pull requests, right? And ignored pull requests, there's good reasons sometimes for this, right? Everybody has different priorities. We're all working on the most important thing that's given to us. And so not only is it more just a matter of availability, being hard to find for everybody in your team, the workload can be too high in order for somebody to just, have time to get to it. There could be poor timing with vacation or someone being sick. Distributed teams have challenges with time zones. And even just legitimate, development practices, right? Like this PR should not get merged until this other PR is merged, so you might not even want to review it until the other PR is merged. So there's a good reason to just hold off on the review or hold off on anything. And that PR could sit in the queue for a while. Additionally, sometimes, you can come in too soon to a PR, right? A lot of times some devs come in, they look at the pull request and the check, they got a notification, they click on it. Oh, the checks haven't passed. I got to come back later, right? Or like it's missing some of those things we talked about before, like an attached Jira ticket. So I don't have the context. I'm gonna have to leave a comment and get that. Well, that can save your reviewers time, right? If they don't have to go through that tedious process of identifying the parts that are missing, and you have an automation in place, that can be super helpful to kind of set the PR up for success without having to pull the reviewer in too soon. What can you do about some of the, delayed reviews or ignored reviews or stale PRs? You can automatically flag them for lack of inactivity, right? If a pull request, for example, in this case, hasn't been updated in more than 2 days, it could be really useful to post a comment that mentions the author, allows them to, at least be made aware, hey, there's something going on, pay attention to this. We could automatically assign this PR instead of being assigned to a person, reassign it to the team, and kind of go through that same team assignment workflow that you already have set up with GitHub. It can be super helpful to just, like I said, avoid that pain of having reviewers come in too soon or having authors wait too long in order to get the review done that they want to get done. In summary, the automations that can help your pull request workflow are going to do a few different things that we talked about. They're going to improve your sort of flexibility and control over the current code ownership feature and rules you have for your team. They can help your team encourage smaller, less complex PRs when possible, and reduce the risk of those complicated PRs that sometimes have to happen when necessary. And also remind your team of the sort of best practices, improve the visibility of the changes that could impact stability or user experience or business value in PRs that have that touch on those sensitive areas. And then they can also help keep your stale pull requests from being forgotten about, or help your reviewers save time by not coming in too soon and switching, context switching, getting that. So this is really quick, really bite-sized, really easy way to leverage automations. Again, I mentioned GitHub Actions, and there might be some other available features and other providers that help you do this to get some baseline abilities of these. But we're excited about what we have planned for GitKraken automations, and you can at least see what's in store or sign up for early access at gitkraken.dev/automations, where we're looking forward to a lot of this functionality and a lot of these features for our own team's benefit, not only our customers. It's as you kind of probably extrapolated, it's like a Zapier or an if this then that automation workflow for your pull requests. It should be available in preview very soon. And we have lots of really, really good plans for this, to kind of extend beyond that basic capability that we see where you can set up multi-repo automation. It'll tie in very, very closely to the provider rules for code ownership and assignment, and it'll allow you some increased flexibility with conditional, all or omission type of triggers for your pull requests. And with that, again, my name is Jeff Schinella. Hit me up on LinkedIn if you have ideas or ways your team's using automations that you'd like to see or that you think are missing. I'd love to hear about that. Appreciate your time and have a great day. Thanks.
Thanks for the deep dive into GitKraken's automations, Jeff.
Now, Audrey will talk about how AI is changing the game for managing cybersecurity risks.
Hey everybody, thank you for coming to my talk, Automating Threat Modeling Challenges and AI Solutions. My name's Audrey Long. I'm a gaming senior security architect over in Xbox. Let's learn a little bit more about what we're going to be talking about today. So a quick overview of the agenda. I'm going to go over what threat modeling is, some of the limitations of threat modeling and some challenges that we face in this field. And then we're going to go into some demos where I'm going to jump into showing you a few different ways on creating some AI attack trees, both in the Azure portal and in code. And then we're going to talk about some challenges with working with AI. Yeah, just so a little bit about me. I actually am a gaming security architect over in Xbox Game Studios, and that's something new that I just got into, and it's really weird to say a different type of title. So yeah, that's really exciting. Aside from that, I have my master's degree in cybersecurity from Johns Hopkins. Before that, I got my bachelor's degree in computer science from the University of Cincinnati, and I'm a real big nerd, so I'm always open to having fun conversations with folks. Also, I'm a Women's Tech Maker Ambassador for Google, so I love to go around and do presentations and get people interested in the field of security. Okay, so what is threat modeling? So basically what threat modeling is an adversarial view of architecture. And what we're planning on doing with that adversarial view of the architecture is to identify risk and potentially provide mitigations and strategies to safeguard against that risk. This is a really great exercise to do for any part of the system that you're working on, whether that be creating cloud applications, having a system application, anything can really be threat modeled. Let's talk a little bit about limitations of existing threat modeling tools now. So a lot of the threat modeling tools that I've actually got to play around with and use have been very numerous. I've used basically every tool out there for threat modeling. And I can tell you from personal experience that some of the tools actually have a lot of limitations in the threat and mitigation databases that are actually provided with those tools. I actually have partnered with Iris Risk, which is a great threat modeling tool, to give them insights on updating and adding new components to that tool. I've had conversations with the Microsoft Threat Modeling Tool team around some limitations that I have when I'm creating threat models with that tool, and as well as some other threat modeling tools, such as the Threats Manager Studio. Now, some things about these tools as well is that the algorithms are outdated, the services are outdated, the mitigations can be outdated, and it really lacks some contextual understanding that you need in order to be very successful in creating a threat model. And what I mean by that is a lot of architectures and systems that I actually do threat modeling with today have potentially multi-cloud, multi-tenanted, on-premises parts of their solution are also included in that threat model. And when you're trying to kind of incorporate that in a tool, sometimes it doesn't really understand that, which could leave some threats on the table. Also, scalability issues. A lot of the times, for me at least, I try to upskill some of my software engineers in order to do some of these threat modeling activities. So it's not just one person who does it, but someone else comes along and learns how to update those tools. Sometimes it's hard for folks to go back and actually update, those diagrams, update those threat models. It's actually very difficult, especially if you leave it behind for a long enough period of time, to come back and actually change that. So that's something I also see a lot of problems with. And high-level mitigations. What that means is sometimes when you identify some kind of a risk in the threat modeling tool, it will actually provide you a very arbitrary high-level overview of how to mitigate against that risk. And a lot of those times, these mitigations are they're not very actionable. So in order to actually provide something that an engineer is going to pick up and do, we need to actually provide folks with high-level mitigation strategies that have actual context attached to them. Here you can see a very basic threat modeling algorithm, and I'll apply this to any time I'm creating a threat model. And this is really interesting to analyze because everyone does their threat modeling a little bit differently depending on which industry you're coming from. But this is a very simplistic high-level overview on how to create one that we see pretty commonly actually in the cloud application security space. So first we're going to analyze the existing system, design some data flow diagrams, identify threats with some kind of a threat modeling framework, create those mitigation strategies, and then continuously iterate and verify through that threat modeling process. So very briefly, let's talk about what can we automate with AI. So here I have the process that we actually just looked like on the previous slide. And I wanted to really highlight in green the things that are pretty easy to actually do with AI. Analyzing systems, identifying threats, creating mitigations. We can train models, we can use existing baseline models, even with RAG patterns, which a RAG pattern is enriching a base model with some additional context. So creating some of these types of automations with AI is pretty easy to do. Designing data flow diagrams, that one's a little tricky. Potentially with better models coming out and more multimodal effects that some of these new models can do could potentially change this field. But right now I would say this is a very difficult thing to do with AI. And then continuously iterating and verifying. This is also a little bit difficult to do with AI because this is very much an iterative process. And in my opinion of working with AI and some of the capabilities that it has, having some kind of a process like this where you're trying to be very consistent is not a very good use case for AI. So how can AI really help accelerate threat modeling? So when we create some threat modeling tools by using AI as an assistant, we can actually do quite a few things. And you'll see later on the demo how I'm actually using AI. So we could quickly find mitigations to services. That's something that I think that AI actually does really well, especially when we're employing those RAG patterns and giving the AI potential context on some of the mitigations and services and whatnot that we're actually threat modeling. I think it does a really good job as well at brainstorming threat vectors. So sometimes when we're actually doing those threat modeling, projects and assignments, actually coming up and brainstorming with where are all the threats actually lying in my system. AI could help you give some ideas to whatever it is you're threat modeling. It's also not bad as a reviewer. So I've actually created little threat model review bots in the past where you can give it a threat model and it can actually give you like a high level review. I think that this could potentially be something that would be very valuable later on if I had more time and effort actually put into a tool like this. But so far, AI has been pretty good at actually accelerating that. And just to keep in mind with that last one, we're not solely relying on AI to do our threat model reviews. That's something to keep in mind. It's just kind of an extra check for someone who's actually creating a threat model where an AI reviewing assistant could potentially help streamline that process. And analyzing services from provided images. This is actually some automation you're going to see later on in the demo, and I think that AI actually does this very well. One message I wanted to convey before we really jump into some demos is we need to use AI responsibly. Here is LLM OWASP Top 10, number 9, over-reliance on LLMs and over-reliance on AI. This is a very real threat, and it's something I want folks to really sink in when you're using and working with AI, is that we should not over-rely on AI. And what I mean by that is when we're creating some tooling to help us actually do some analyzing of potential prompt injections or test cases, let's have actual people come in and review some of those mitigations. Let's not rely on everything an AI is saying and take it as truth and ground value. We need to continuously look at these responses and have real human effort and value in thinking about, is this response actually good? Is it bad? Is it something that needs to be, tweaked a bit? So definitely use it responsibly. Just don't take it at face value. So let's jump into it. What is an AI attack tree? So an AI attack tree at a high level is the understanding on how an adversary is actually going to get into your system. So at the very top high level node there, we call that a root node. And in the root node is what the adversary is actually trying to achieve in your system. And all the branches underneath that root node are the method of attack that an adversary can actually use to achieve the root node. Now, along with these attack trees, we have weights that we can put onto each branch to see the probability of the attack tree actually being successful in a scenario. And then we like to implore and snip the branches of these attack trees of the most likely attacks. And we'll use that as the probability to potentially give us better mitigations. Now, as I say all of that, and you see what an attack tree looks like right now on my screen, you can see that this is a very manual, very labor-intensive process. And that's probably why, if you are familiar with threat modeling, you probably don't see this very often. Because this is hard, it's time-consuming, it's resource-intensive. So what I really wanted to show here is that even if you're not a developer, you can still get started with AI. And here I actually use Azure OpenAI. They have a great thing called an OpenAI Studio where you can do a lot of model tuning. You can pick what model you're interested in, feed it data, all right here in this interface. And I love this because it's really easy for folks to go in and ideate. So just like throw ideas in here, see what works, see what's great, and then you can transform those ideas into tools later on. And this is just a really great little playground to kind of make sure that what you have is a sound, great idea. Now, what I wanted to showcase is the prompt that I have here. It's called the system message. It's called the meta prompt. This is really important to make very concise, to be right, and then any kind of changes you do to this prompt is actually very much so going to change the result that you see is from the LLM. Now here I wanted to showcase it's really not too hard to ask AI to give me a prompt injection attack tree using OWASP LLM 10, and it does a good job on giving you that root node and all of the subnodes that actually can go with this. Here are some additional screens I'd like to present to folks about all the model tuning you can do. You can add your own data. In this instance, I've actually provided my model a RAG pattern of giving them additional context on what is the OWASP LLM top 10, so it could actually give me a better answer. To the right of that, you can see you could potentially put a few different things into this kind of a RAG pattern. I just used blob storage and supplied that into an AI search index to feed into my LLM. Last but not least, there's this really cool feature where you can actually get the sample code of what you've created here in the GUI. Now, I'll be honest with you and tell you that directly copying and pasting this into my VS Code terminal has never worked 100%. I've always had to make some adjustments, not just for the variables, but like from the code itself. But it's actually been getting better, and I wouldn't be surprised here soon if this will actually just work. But for now, there is some adjustment that needs to be made here, but it's still really cool, and it really jumpstarts you into creating some of those great tools that you're interested in. Now, last but not least, I would want to really highlight here that you can also add your additional content filters and security block lists for any types of inputs or outputs from your model that you're really not happy with. I want to really stress the fact that if you're creating a tool called an AI attack tree and you're trying to adversarially think of how to break into systems, actually some of these content filters and these content filters are really going to be a problem for you. I just wanted to provide you with that insight because, the word attack is a bad trigger, and also trying to break into a system is a bad thing to do. So a lot of times these will get in your way. So I also tune these down. So this is Attack Tree GPT. It's actually a tool that I built for fun. And what I do in this tool is grab an architecture image that I provide to my tool. I'm actually going to scrape that image to get all of the services and put it in a nice service list. And then I can pass that to a few different OpenAI calls to grab some threats, grab some mitigations, help me create some of those attack trees. And, it's really endless, the possibilities you can do here with this tech. So here, I just wanted to showcase, I have used Azure OCR to extract image data. And I was a part of a threat modeling hackathon not too long ago where I actually created this tool. And here's the actual image that I was provided. So this was an AWS architecture. So I fine-tuned my tool to only be like an AWS engineer and help me actually discover and remediate a lot of these AWS threats and mitigations. Here you can see everything here on the screen is everything that the tool actually provided. And I passed that first prompt, I passed this list in my first prompt when I asked it, hey, I am really curious about what are all the AWS services in this list. And everything I have here in green are actually all of the services that it plucked out of my tool. And as you can see, it actually grabbed every single AWS service from this image. Now, I can tell you that with better multimodal LLMs coming out, this actually might be easier to do. But for now, using Azure OCR is actually very useful. The next thing I do in my tool is hey, we have this list of nice, clean AWS services. Let's figure out how we can actually find threats in each service. So here's an example of the prompt that I'm using here, as well as the result, which is actually giving me some awesome, threats for the AWS Cloud Foundation service. Now, the next thing I do is I want to know the mitigations. So, here's my prompt to specialize in asking for some of those mitigations for each of those threats. And it does an okay job on actually providing me back with mitigation strategies. Now, one thing I wanted to point out here is I'm actually not providing this LLM with additional context on potential security baselines or whatnot with AWS. And if I did, I bet you that this list would be a lot better. And last but not least, I asked it with all that list of, security services, let's create attack trees for each one with the root node being very well defined. And then what are all the sub nodes for it to actually achieve that root node? And it actually provides me with a pretty awesome response here. Now, can I make this better and actually have some kind of a tool help me create these diagrams as an image? Absolutely. I haven't actually implemented that yet in this code. However, it wouldn't be too hard to actually pass this to something like Mermaid and having Mermaid actually drawing out those diagrams that you saw earlier. So prompt engineering is difficult. So it actually took me a lot longer to create the prompts than it actually did to write the code. And I am really advocating for folks to help use templates. You know, you have to be very concise. This is a very time-consuming effort. And in order to get the answer that you're really interested in, you're going to be spending a lot of time doing this. Model tuning. This is also a difficult, time-consuming task. So in order to get the model to give you the data quality and quantity that you're really interested in, you're going to have to spend a little bit of time actually tuning those parameters. For example, the creativeness of the model output, the randomness of the model output, the consistency. There's a lot of different things that you can tune here, as well as content filters. So this is another challenge when actually working with AI. Availability and cost. Can't have a presentation about AI without talking about this. Your models, depending on how often you use them, how many times you're calling your endpoint, how many tokens each of the model response and input and output contains, is actually potentially going to be very costly, depending on what kind of a tool that it is that you are building. And last but not least, keeping up with the tech. AI is an ever-changing landscape, and I think it's very difficult to keep up with this tech sometimes, especially when this isn't your full-time job to be an AI engineer. I feel like every time I come back to my projects, there's always something I actually need to update before I get started with something new. But that's something to keep in mind as well. This tech is ever-changing, and it's changing very rapidly. So always keep that in mind when you're working with AI. Thank you so much, GitKon. I really appreciate the invite this year, and I'm open for questions now. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Audrey, for those strategies on more effective threat modeling using AI.
To wrap things up for today, Nathen Harvey will be giving us some research-backed insights into developer productivity.
Hello, I'm Nathen Harvey. Welcome to GitKon. I'm so excited to be here with you today. I lead up Dora at Google Cloud, and I want to take you on a journey today where we're going to talk about how you and your teams can get better at getting better. We'll use the research-backed approach to measuring and improving your technology-driven team. We will explore a brief history of Dora. We'll talk about the rapid adoption and widespread implications of AI in software development. We'll talk about how AI can boost productivity and enhance developer experience. We'll talk about how to build trust in AI systems and address potential challenges. And we'll close out with the importance of a proactive AI strategy for your future success. Let's start with a little bit of history about Dora. We are so excited this year to have published our 10th annual report. We've learned a lot over the past decade, but we're even more excited about the decade ahead, together with you. Let's take a brief look at the history. You know, in 2014, we saw that there was growing momentum of the DevOps movement, and so we investigated. We found a number of really interesting things, like job satisfaction being the #1 predictor of organizational performance. We also saw that teams that were delivering software the best, they were deploying code 30 times more likely with 50% fewer failures. And those same teams realized a 50% higher market capitalization growth over the prior 3 years. In 2015, we dug into lean management and continuous delivery practices. We also found that burnout can be prevented, and the capabilities and practices that we were looking into, they could help. In 2016, we encouraged teams to invest in collaboration. In fact, we saw that high-performing organizations and employees within those organizations were 2.2 times more likely to recommend their organization as a great place to work, and 1.8 times more likely to recommend their specific team. In 2017, we looked at the importance of transformational leadership and automation. We saw great impacts from having a loosely coupled architecture and how lean product management can really drive organizational performance. In 2018, it was clear that software delivery performance was a key differentiator. We saw a strong correlation between high software delivery and operational performance and overall organizational performance. We also saw some really interesting things about the cloud. In fact, we saw that teams that adopt the 5 characteristics of cloud, these essential characteristics, they were 23 times more likely to be elite performers. And in 2019, DORA's software delivery metrics, those 4 keys, had become industry standard. We saw that high-performing engineers were 1.5 times more likely to have easy-to-use tools. In 2021, we invited our site reliability engineering friends to the party. That's right, DORA looked into the practices and capabilities around SRE. We found that the things that we looked at SRE and the things that we traditionally think of as DevOps, these 2 practices and these 2 approaches were very highly complementary. We also found that good internal documentation has a tremendous impact on a team's ability to successfully implement a lot of the technical practices that we talked about. Oh, we also found that inclusive teams with a generative culture were less prone to burnout during the pandemic. In 2022, we dug into security practices. We found that software quality is marked by how easily an organization can safely and consistently change that software. And when it comes to security, we found that culture was the #1 predictor of an organization's application security practices. In 2023, we looked at a user-centric approach. We found that teams that prioritize understanding and meeting user needs demonstrate improved performance. We also saw that you and your team can unlock software delivery performance with faster code reviews. And that brings us to 2024, the era of AI. I think it would be very difficult to convince anyone that AI is not here on the scene having dramatic impacts today. We found in our research that most developers are using AI for core work, boosting their productivity. But we also found that it is really, really important that teams continue to be relentlessly user-centric. So let's dig into some of those AI findings this year. And before we get there, I'll just mention that DORA first looked into artificial intelligence during our 2023 research cycle. But as the use of AI in the professional development work moves rapidly from the fringes into ubiquity, we believe this year's report represents an important moment in time, an important opportunity to assess the adoption, the use, and the attitudes and the impact of artificial intelligence. We are certainly at a critical inflection point for the industry. So this year, we looked deeply into AI. We looked at the adoption of AI, the perceptions of AI, and how AI is being incorporated into the daily work of developers and into applications. AI adoption is growing, with a majority of respondents reporting that their organizations are shifting priorities to incorporate AI into their applications and services. Raise your hand if your organization has started prioritizing AI. Well, we wanted to understand why, and we supplemented this year's survey with some deep interviews that we had some qualitative researchers looking into. These conversations helped us really round out our perspective and helped contextualize some of the data that we got from our survey. We found that competitive pressures, the need to keep up with the industry, were 2 of the largest drivers of adoption and prioritization. We also see that a large majority of our respondents are saying that they are relying, at least in part, on AI for one or more of their daily professional responsibilities, with the most common use cases for AI in software development work being writing code and summarizing information. These are big parts of a daily software engineer's life. Productivity has also started to improve. In fact, over 70% of our respondents reported positive productivity gains, with more than a third reporting either moderate or extreme productivity increases. Most respondents, though, they have some trust in AI code, but almost 40% reported little or no trust in AI code. With all this AI adoption happening, we also want to understand what are the impacts of introducing AI into the daily work of software developers and others in our technically driven organizations. Well, what we can see here is that AI is associated with improvements to flow, job satisfaction, and productivity. That's really great. Oh, what is flow? Just by the way, flow is, you know what flow is. It's that state where you're working on something and everything around you seems to melt away. Time fades away. You're so focused on the task. You feel really, really productive. And of course, flow and job satisfaction and productivity, these are all highly correlated elements. But what we see is that with further AI adoption, all of these topics are improving. You get better flow, better job satisfaction, and better productivity. There's an interesting side effect, though. The time doing toilsome work and burnout are largely neutral, while there seems to be less time doing valuable work as the adoption of AI increases. Now, this is really interesting. Flow and job satisfaction and productivity are increasing, but you're spending less time on valuable work? Well, this may come down to what individuals in our survey deem as valuable work. AI assisting developers with valuable tasks might be helping them accomplish those tasks faster. In other words, it might expedite the realization of that value. But what do you do with that extra time and capacity? Well, perhaps you're like me and you take that extra capacity and you use it for learning something new, or maybe catching up on email, or maybe catching up with an office mate. None of these things are necessarily considered valuable work. So AI may be giving us some additional time to work on other things that don't drive immediate value. Here's a visualization of what that might look like. AI is kind of helping us with some of that valuable work, but remember, the toilsome work didn't actually get changed at all. We're doing about the same amount of toil. So AI hasn't really yet cracked the code of helping us avoid some of the drudgery. Maybe that's meetings or bureaucracy or other toilsome tasks. So this might be a thing for you and your team to think about. As you're adopting more and more AI, how can you use it to help eliminate some of those toilsome tasks so that you have even more capacity to deliver more value to your users? Let's look at some other impacts of AI. It's obviously removing obstacles in the developer workflow. In fact, what we're seeing are some pretty good increases in things like documentation quality, code review speed, and even some mild improvements in approval speed and code complexity. The impact on technical debt looks kind of small, maybe leaning a little bit negative, but it's really hard to say with the data that we've collected what the true impact on technical debt will be. Well, why do all of these things matter? Flow and productivity and documentation quality and code approval speed? Well, I think all of these things come down to how they help with software delivery performance. And before we just talk about that, I want to dig in a little bit on how we measure software delivery performance. Dora has these 4 measures that we use to help us understand the power of software delivery performance. We break software delivery performance from a concept down into 2 different factors. One of the factors is the throughput that you're able to get through your system. How quickly can you deliver change? But the other factor is the stability of those changes. As you ship out changes, are they working when they land in production? Now, to measure these 2 factors, this year we used a collection of 5 different metrics. We'll start with the metrics used for software delivery throughput. And for that, we use the change lead time, which is a measure of how long does it take for a change to go from committed to the version control system all the way through to production, where your end users can interact with it. Next, we wanted to understand how frequently are you updating production, and if something goes wrong, how long does it take you to recover when something goes wrong, that failed deployment recovery time. So these are 3 measures of throughput. On the stability side, we have 2 additional measures. The first is the change failure rate. And this is a measure of how frequently, when you do push to production, does that cause an issue? We have to roll back that change or push forward a hot fix. And finally, the rework rate, because when you do have to push forward a hot fix or roll back that change, your team is likely taking on some additional rework. Now, when we look across our survey data and all of our respondents, what do we see? Well, the numbers here are pretty dramatic. The top performers, the best of the best, when compared to the lowest performers, those performers with the most opportunity to improve, we see huge differences. Those elite performers are deploying 182 times more frequently with 127 times shorter lead time. And they're able to recover from failed deployments 2,293 times faster. Whoa, these numbers are huge. But why do they matter? Why do these metrics actually matter? Well, what our research has shown us is that software delivery performance, along with the reliability of systems we're running, are both predictive of organizational performance and well-being of the people on the team. You know, outcomes that we all care about. Now, when it comes to organizational performance, we look at things like revenue and customer satisfaction and the quality of the products and services that you're delivering. And when it comes to the well-being, we're looking at things like burnout and job satisfaction, things along those lines. And so when we have better software delivery and reliability performance, we see these outcomes improving as well. So that's really great. These measures can serve as a leading indicator for those particular outcomes. They also serve as a lagging indicator for how our teams are able to develop and deliver software. And what we know from our research is that the way to improve these metrics is by having these types of capabilities within your organization. Capabilities like a climate for learning and fast flow and fast feedback. In fact, we can expand on these categories to get more specific too. You can see here things like version control and continuous integration and streamlined approval processes and having a generative organizational culture. All of these are predictive of better software delivery performance and then predictive of better outcomes. So, as we saw earlier, AI is helping with things like flow and job satisfaction and productivity. These are all predictors of improved software delivery and reliability performance. So are things like documentation quality and code review speed. All of these things have been shown to help with software delivery performance, which makes this next finding rather surprising. You see, interestingly, we see that an increase in AI adoption is harming overall software delivery performance. In fact, you could see here on this slide that software delivery throughput is dropping down a little bit, while the harm seems to be worse for software delivery stability. That's dropping over 7%. This may be an indicator of the quality of changes that AI is generating. So, drawing from our prior year's findings, we hypothesize that the fundamental shift that AI has produced in terms of respondent productivity and code generation and speed may have caused the field to have forgotten one of Dora's basic principles, the importance of small batch sizes. You see, in order to improve software delivery performance metrics, what we've seen in our data and through our experience over the years is that one of the best ways to get there is to ship smaller changes. Smaller changes that are always moving through your pipeline are easier to reason about. And when something goes wrong, it's easier to correct that thing. We can get back to a good working state much, much faster. Considering all of this, perhaps AI is helping us generate more code, and we're using that code and shipping larger changes through our pipeline. We know that larger changes are less likely to be stable. They're usually harder to get through the pipeline. They move through that pipeline slower. So there could be an interesting interplay here where AI is helping us create more code, which is resulting in larger change sets, which is detrimental to our software delivery performance. We don't know from our data that that is the case, but I would say it's a caution for you and your team as you adopt more and more artificial intelligence capabilities. So, how can you adopt those AI capabilities and really help your teams improve? Well, I've got a couple of ideas for you, a couple of suggestions to help get you started. The first is to establish a policy about acceptable generative AI use within your organization. You see, if we go back to that finding around trust, we have many developers, many people in technology-driven teams who are not trusting the output of AI. And we suspect that even then, they are not sure what policies are in place within their organization. Are you allowed to use AI? What safeguards has the organization put in place to keep your IP protected? So it is really important that your organization start by coming up with a clear, consistent policy on how, where, when you and your teams can use generative AI. Under what conditions, in what circumstances, and be very clear about that so that everyone knows. Second, we encourage you to double down on high quality, fast feedback. Every time we write a line of software, we're running a little experiment. Is this line of software going to do what we expect it to do? Well, we write lots of lines of code, lots of software, and we expect to ship those out to our users. Well, it's better if we can get feedback on those changes before we put them in front of users. Feedback through the form of automated testing and code reviews, things along these lines. Let's utilize AI to help us double down on our ability to get fast, high-quality feedback. Next, let's make sure that we're providing opportunities for developers to get exposure to AI. When it comes to trust and use tend to be self-fulfilling, or they create a virtuous cycle. The more I use something, the more I trust it. The more I trust that thing, the more I use it. And in fact, that usage can also help me understand better how and where the system might let me down, where the boundaries of what the system can provide to me are. But also, through additional use, I'm going to learn better how to interact with that system. Maybe write better prompts, provide additional context to the AI. This use begets better trust and begets further use and hopefully better outcomes. So make sure that you're providing opportunities for developers to get that exposure to generative AI and potentially even layering in some training and learning activities so that they can start to improve their own interactions with AI. Next, I want to encourage you to encourage the use of AI, but don't force it. We know this through many, many years of research and experience that when you try to force change on people, people are going to be very resistant to that change. We want to encourage the use of these new practices and these new technologies, but we certainly can't force that on individuals. And finally, let's help developers and ourselves think beyond automating their day-to-day work and envision what their future role might look like. We saw some concerns about the future of AI and its impacts on people's careers and society. We want to make sure that we're helping developers reimagine what is their role with the assistance of AI. AI can be such a strong partner in a lot of the activities that we do. We want to use it to eliminate toil and to allow us more time to do that creative work, of course. But let's think beyond that. What are the even more creative ways that we can use AI and how we might use it as a partner in our journey to deliver the very best for our customers? I'll close out with a couple of final thoughts, and I want to thank you for coming along to this keynote. I hope that you found some ideas about how you can put AI to use within your team. This year's DORA report looks at more than just artificial intelligence, though. We also have deep dives into platform engineering and the developer experience. But don't take our research at face value. Our research is important, but I encourage you to replicate our findings. Replicate our findings by using our findings as hypotheses for your next experiments. You want to improve the way you and your team work? Take our findings and use those as a jumping off point to get started on the improvement work that you want to make. So learn more about how your team operates and identify areas for improvement, which may be inspired from our findings. And finally, we're talking about change. And change and improvement is hard. It's difficult work to do. And frankly, none of us can do it alone. So it is really exciting to be here at GitKon, where we can learn from each other. We can take insights from other presenters and other participants of this conference and put them into practice. Now, when it comes to not being able to do this alone, I also want to introduce you to the Dora community. The Dora community is filled with thousands of practitioners and leaders and researchers from around the world that are coming together to understand ways of putting this research into practice. I invite you to join us at dora.community. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't recommend that you download and read this year's report. You can get to it right here, dora.dev/Dora Report 2024, or by following that QR code. Thank you so much for having me. I hope that you enjoy the rest of GitKon. Take care.
And that's a wrap on day one. Thanks again for joining us. We've covered everything from optimized DevEx to AI workflows, and there's a lot more to look forward to.
Tomorrow's lineup is just as packed, so we'll be live again tomorrow morning, bright and early.
And don't forget to follow us on social and join the conversation with #GitKon 2024. Share what you've learned, tag us, and connect with the rest of the GitKon community.
Thanks again for joining us here today, and we're excited to see you back for day 2.